Whew. What just happened there? Boy. Sorry about that. Freak out moment. Well, my computer literally disconnected from the internet. But it resolved itself, which makes me feel like it was probably my internet service provider. That somebody might have like tripped over a cable or something. Oh, Valiance is on. I should have said hi to him earlier. I wasn't thinking about that. Okay, so yeah. Where was I? Right, so these need to go into an underground cave. That's what I was saying at the end. Yeah. Need to make one. Need to make an underground area for that. Yeah, Valiance was interested in watching the stream, but he might have missed that I was started. I know that some people were telling me before that they were not getting the notifications that they were once getting, and I don't know what it is that could cause that. I didn't change anything on my end in terms of notifications, but I feel like people were missing out on notifications for when I went live. See. Okay, so where am I in this whole thing? Finish the beverages, finish the farming. The gardening won't be up until later, so I think we're ready for the main event. Oh, you got a notification today? Okay. That's good to know that it's not happening to everybody. Okay, so what I need one of these bars didn't get full properly. So I'm gonna get some rope making affinity. We're gonna get Griffith on rope making. And while that's happening, I'm gonna be getting Xander on channel grinding. But before I get him there, I need to inflict on Xander a head wound. Okay, so I'm just gonna stand right here. I'm gonna take off my helmet. Hey, Valiance, what's going on? Okay, so rope making. No, I don't want a few hours of this. Let's see. Yeah, this should be good. Okay, and then I probably should fill up the rest of the way. And Xander's gonna need channeling, which I think I grabbed some 9 hours of channeling for him. So where do you sign up for personal stream live notification? So there's a couple places. I think Twitch on its own, in the settings, you can like set it so that your streams that you follow, you'll get notifications. But that would require you to have Twitch sort of like installed on your phone, let's say, and then it'll give your phone a notification, or you'll have to be on your computer at this Twitch website while it's happening. Alternatively, if you have Discord on your phone, oh, that I PM you personally, yeah. Well, Valiance is just a really close friend, so. But yeah, in general, I make a post in our Discord channel. Every time I press the stream button, actually, it's automatic that there will be a post there, so you can get a notification there. But I see what you mean. Okay, so let's see here. So Okay, right. Next thing to do is give Xander a neck wound. Okay, so this might take a few attempts. Just so that we don't get into a problem here, I'm just going to take off the weapon from Xander. And oops, I need to duel. And he needs to say yes. And I'm going to have my weapon ready to unequip in case things go poorly. I accidentally killed Xander yesterday. No, whoops, oops. What I need is a high. I need a high. That's what it is. Okay, so there we go. See, like as I was walking away, I swung one more time and it just like completely destroyed him. Okay, so let's see. What was that? That was to my head. Okay, that was not what I'm looking for. All right. Let me think about this for a second here. If I sacrifice now, it will heal. I'm going to sacrifice 50 favor here. And when I sacrifice 50 favor, it's going to heal me to full. But then I'm not going to gain favor into my pool. What's going to happen is, instead, it's going to go into the bonuses, which I don't want to happen right now. So what I'm going to do is, I should have something to cast on in here. I'm going to cast a opulence. Let's see. I have some food in here somewhere. Here. Okay, I'm going to cast one opulence. Oh, come on. I'm on the wrong bar is what the problem is. I'm going to cast one opulence and then I'm going to sacrifice 50 favor. Which I'll just do so in this thing here. So 44. Let's put like a lot. Like let's put a decent amount. I'm gonna probably have to repeat this a few times. So let's see what is this? 80 favor. Okay. I'm gonna do this a few times, so I'll make sure to top up my favor before everything happens. So this should heal me fully. Well, let's see what happens. Voila! It's magic, guys. 100% healed. I had 2 wounds. So all it takes is for you to sacrifice more than 50 favor. And it completely removes every wound you possibly have. You could have hundreds of wounds, like little ones or whatever. And it'll completely heal you. Okay, so what happened to What happened to Griffith? He walked away too far. Okay. So let's do that again. Target up. Big hit. Let's see what it was. Head again. Okay. So randomly, upward attack will hit a different spot. Sometimes it can hit the shoulder. Sometimes it'll hit the head. Sometimes it'll hit the face. But sometimes it hits the neck. And that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for a neck wound. Let's grab another 16 of these. Oh, but I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so that didn't work. So I'm gonna just sacrifice, whatever. It'll go into the enchant bonus. So in that case, I might want to take out a few. Let's just make sure that's 50. I think it's random-ish. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if the person is standing behind, is it more chance that you'll hit the shoulder? I don't know. Or the head. Can't you use a one-hander that does bruise wounds, or is there not such a thing? I think you can use a one-hander. Yeah, like there's such a thing. Like all the malls, small mall, large mall, not large, but just the regular mall. I'm just using a staff, which does just fine. Target up. There it is. Okay, and it's worsening. Perfect. All right, so let's get rid of these. Yeah, flanking is a thing in the game, so the game does and can calculate positioning somehow, so I figure it was a possibility. It is possible, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the game though, but it could be. Like, it seems like something that should be, considering they do take into account flanking and those sorts of things. Okay, so it's worsening, so I'm just gonna let it worsen. Because it's not quite at a place where it'll be optimal for skilling. So in case you have no idea what's going on here, or why I'm doing this, why I'm damaging my priest, for some odd reason, certain wounds, certain types of wounds, impact certain skills by lowering their effectiveness. So my channeling currently is 83.5. But if I get a neck bruise, it's a particular type of wound. So if I right click and look at this, it says you see splinters of crushed bone at the neck. Okay, so crushed bone is like a bruise. It is like a bruise, right? And it's on the neck. Then this is going to affect my channeling skill by lowering its effective value. So even though my skill is at 83.5, when I go to cast, it's going to cast as though my channeling was lower than that. And how much lower depends on the damage of the wound. And the calculation goes like this. Let's do the calculation. Okay. So the calculation goes like this. If let me just see if I remember the number. I think it's 73 is the number. That's hard-coded into the game for this. So you take the damage of the wound. So now I have a 46.81 damage wound. If you divide that number by 73, okay, and I'm getting 0.64. So that's like a 64%. Okay, so that's what my channeling will be reduced by. Okay, so currently I'm at 83%. That's like 100% of my skill. So 83.5. My skill is going to act as though 64% of my skill is just completely removed. Okay, so if I multiply this by my skill, 83.5, okay, I'm going to lose 53.5-ish skill, which means I'll be left with, and let's just subtract, make that negative and add my skill back, 83.5. My skill is going to act like it's 29, just under 30. Okay, so now when I cast with this wound, it's going to act like I'm at 30 skill in channeling. Now 30 skill is a little bit high for opulence. The difficulty of opulence is 10, and it's around the 30 skill mark that you start seeing a big drop off in the number of ticks you're going to get with opulence. So I'm going to wait for this wound to get a little bit worse. I kind of want it to be effectively like 20 or something like this. Like maybe high teens would be good. Okay, so to figure out what I need to wait for, I'm going to do a bit more calculations. So what I want is the answer to end up being something like, let's just use 20 as a number. Okay, so 20. So I want my answer to be 20. Now, the way I calculated it was I want to first figure out what percentage I need to reduce 83.5 by to get to 20. Okay, so the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to do 83.5. I'm going to subtract 20 off of that. So this is how much I want to remove from my skill. And I'm going to divide that by 83.5, which will tell me the percentage I want to drop it by. So I want to drop my skill by 76%. Okay, so now I need to figure out what is 76% of 73. So I'm going to multiply by 73. So I'm going to need to wait for the wound to get into about 55 and a half. So I might wait till high 50s or whatever. And that'll bring it to below 20. Okay, so just above 55. At that point, I have prepared I have a couple healing covers. I have 2 just in case the first one doesn't go. Worst case scenario, I just make another one if I need to. Okay, you figured something else that makes Sweet Spot Imping quite good for a select few skills. The title that increases imp amount is amazing for Sweet Spot. Okay, I understand now. That, yes. So, for example, for imping armor, wearing your armor will allow you to push higher so that you're not doing the tug of war as much. Got it. Okay, so armor crafting skills of blacksmithing using horseshoes and whatnot. I get like 80% of my skill ticks at Sweet Spot. Okay, that's very good. That's, okay, and cloth tailoring and leatherworking, yeah. So cloth tailoring would do that. I guess all the, plate armor and the chain armor will do that. Leatherworking kind of gets that. Isn't that funny? Like, leatherworking is just such a... like a big... It's such a wide ranging thing, because it has the armor in it, it has all the horse gear on it, it has all sorts of stuff that are like that in leatherworking. Okay, that's pretty interesting. The healing cover has to be 5 potency to freeze, though. Don't just use any healing cover. Yeah, I'm using a 6 potency one. I think a 5 would work just as well, but I found a 6, so I've used a bladder and an eye, where the eye is 3 and the bladder is 2. So I'm using a 6 potency healing cover. I've felt like I've never had it not freeze it, so that should be okay. Okay, let's do a pray, and let's get started with this whole thing. I don't want to waste my pool, which is possibly wasting now. While I'm praying, I got this set up. So go into my WEMP. I have almost 15,000 WEMP here. Okay, and then I realized I also have to grab some food items to cast Opulence on. Yeah, so let's get this started. I also got a thing. I started working on my rope tool. Whoops. And I got it imped all the way up into the 90s, which it's not quite there anymore. I've been using it, so I don't know. Rope tools really like use up quality really fast. What do I want? Let's just grab, you know what? I can just use an herb, and I have tons of herbs here. So let's just use some rosemary here. I don't need an inordinate amount. This will last some time. Okay, let me just get this started first. Okay, that's opulence, and I'm just gonna put sleep bonus there. And I don't... you know what? I'm gonna just use sleep bonus here. It's not gonna give me great skill, partially because of my rope tool. So my rope tool now is going to be producing decently high ropes. And the reason is because I finally got around to imbuing it with whatever imbues I had. Okay, so you can see down here, I got 36 imbue. It actually took me 4 potions for 36, which I was really upset about. I was hoping for 40, but only 2 of the potions I made came out that gave me 10. And the other 2 gave me 8, which I was really upset about. And the reason why I was upset about it is because I grinded my natural substances skill all the way up into 70 before doing it. So I spent time. You can see on Xander, his natural substance skill is above 70 now. So I grinded it up and grinded it like forever up to 70. I'm thinking, okay, 70 should be decent enough that I could probably pull off an average of 10. And so I make the first potion and it comes out at 30 quality. And I was just like devastated. Like all that imping, all that getting that skill up, and it's like it comes out at 30 quality. I was so mad. So mad. And I do know, like, we want it as high. We want natural substances to be really high as possible. But I figured if my skill's 70, like I should expect like half decent ones. But none of the potions came out at 70. All my potions came out below 70 quality. My highest one was a 64 or something like that. I had a 40 quality one, I had a 30 quality one, and something in the high 50s as well. Oh, okay. Okay, since then, next time if I get another potion, I might hit you up for that, because I was just super disappointed. The imbue potions are weighted downwards, I think. Yeah, but like from 70 to 30, I was just like, and it was the same Nin with that compass. Right? With the Supreme... I don't think I mentioned this on stream yet, but I had that Supreme Bowl, and Nin was so kind to imp it up into the 90s. So I had a 90 quality Supreme Pottery Bowl that I combined with 71 quality oil. And the compass, like the unfinished compass, came out at 2 quality. Or something like this. And my miscellaneous skills is like close to 70. So for me to take a 90 quality Supreme item, combine it with a 71 quality oil at almost 70 skill, and to have it come out at 2 quality, that was just another disappointing moment. I was just like, what is going on? And when I added a 90 quality needle to it, it ended up in the 20s. Like it was like a 20 quality regular compass. I was just like, this is the worst compass I've made. Don't understand. When I use 50 quality stuff, it comes out around like 50 quality sometimes. Most of the time, in fact. Sometimes it's 40 quality, but not 20 quality. Anyway. It felt the same with those potions. And I know they're weighted downwards. I just was like... couldn't believe it. Just couldn't believe it. So if you recall correctly, Natural Substances uses both for crafting potions and applying the imbues. Yeah, and I used Xander to apply the imbues as well. Just in case. I didn't know for sure, but I figured like I may as well. A difficulty for some skills is a finicky thing, yeah. Oh, you made the first one from the next batch. Grizz has an 87 quality compass. Nice. That's very nice. What's your miscellaneous skills, Nin? You gotten that up probably to close to 90, if not higher, given that your pickaxe skill is 100 now. $95, holy crow. Oh, the wound got worse. Okay, so it's only 50. I want to wait till it's in the high 50s. Then I'll freeze it. Yep. So I'm just going to have to keep working on my skills. But yeah, with this rope tool, with the imbue, like it's only 36 imbue. But it feels a lot better. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it feels a lot better. Like I'm getting a lot more in the 80s now, percentage-wise, than I ever did before. And far fewer ropes are ending in the junk bin. So notice, like, my channeling is going up, like, by a decent amount, considering the skill that I'm at. Whoops, what am I doing? I have to press this button over here, and over here press this button. You imbued one of Letheria's supreme rope tools from 100 to 100 using just 8 potions. Holy. That's really nice. Like, by that logic, if I got you to do my 4 potions, I would be at 50. Yeah, that just feels I'll hit you up next time I get more potions. So over the past little while, I have been really like pushing my rope making, like just making ropes after ropes after ropes. And you can see in my bins, I don't know why these keep resetting. Every single day I feel like I do this. I do the same thing. I open the bins and I have to reposition all of them because they just don't show what I want it to show. And while these bins might not be like super impressive, I'm proud of how much ropes are in here. Oh, and I need to know. So I'm pretty sure it's 23 of these ones. I'm just going to double check before I sacrifice. Oh no, it's going to be more because these are going down in quality. So 20, so let's put 2 more. Let's sacrifice and put 1 more. So let's just remember the numbers. 26. Give me 48. I might be able to put 1 more. Let's put 1 more. That's 27. Oh! No. Okay. I should have done a little bit more thinking about that. Let's do the thinking now. Let's stop my sleep bonus. What a big waste of time. Okay, so I'm gonna just whoops, check the price. So I put 10 together and I got 18 favor out of 10. So that's 1.8 each. Okay, and let's use the calculator again. 50 divided by 1.8. It can't be. Like, the numbers are just, there's something wrong about those numbers. Let's see, what's 26? Let's combine them and check the prices. 48, that's 26. And if I put 1 more, yeah, I get 50. Okay, so I need 26. All right, back to getting a wound. Dang it. At least I didn't freeze it. At least it wasn't frozen yet. All right, here we go. This is exactly the situation I was in the last time that Xander died. Where Griffith was holding all these ropes so he couldn't move fast enough. And I was trying to get away. And so then I realized I wasn't moving fast enough. So I alt-tabbed over to Xander. Tried to run him away. But before I got away, Griffith swung 1 more time. And clipped him good. Alright. So now that I know that's the situation I'm in. What is this? Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Duel. Yes. So the order of things will be I hit, I unequip my weapon, alt tab, run away. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I need to aim up. Dang it. Okay. I'm just going to run away just to be safe. It did hit in the head. Let's see if it was a neck. It is neck. Perfect. Look at that. First shot. All right. It's a neck. Just double checking that. Okay. And let's stop the fighting. Keep the rope making going. Okay, the second rope tool required 9. Okay. Not still 9 is better than 12. Right, the quality locks. The quality locking BSBs, I forgot about that. Does that make it so that you cannot put anything that's lower than that value? So like if I put a 50 quality lock, it makes it so that I can't put anything below 50. Sure. Sure, that would be very helpful. Thank you. I think that's yeah. So let me think here. To get that happening, to get that, did you like average out the lump qualities so that the lump qualities were precisely the right values? Is that how you did it? Right. That makes sense. It's already here. Okay, so I just realized I didn't put on my sleep bonus just yet. So that gives me time to do this. Whoops, oh I guess it's going to Griffith. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna wait till he finishes that round, because otherwise he's gonna be painfully slow. And I'm gonna turn on my sleep bonus, which I feel might have just not had enough time to get back on. Okay, so it's 26 that I want to be sacrificing of this. And that'll be somewhat safe, I think. Like in the sense that that won't go above 50, even if the quality goes up a little bit. Oh, okay. Okay, so then I might have to wait then, because then I was thinking of moving this setup somewhere different. So I might wait for that then, for when I move it all. That way I can just transfer over to some BSBs. Right now the problem is that some of these BSBs contain some random stuff that I've been just sorting the quality of. For example, charcoal is in here. I have cochineal. And then, so there might be some things that, like, for example, you see this one here has pretty much all 50s. Let's see, this one here, all 40s. This one is like a mess of 20s and stuff. But this one here, for some odd reason, there's a cotton seed in this one. I guess I can get rid of that cotton seed. Let's just put that in the altar. Let's see, is everything else 60 in here or above? Yeah, I think everything else. So there's a 17 quality reed plants in this one for some odd reason. I'll have to do some sorting. Okay, so if I have a BCU, you can quality lock the 4 shelves instead. Right. Which is another thing I kind of want to... I want to change this into a BCU setup with 2 BCUs. I mean, currently I have 7 BSBs here. And at some point or another, I'm going to be moving into 90 quality WEMP, but that won't be for some time. I have so much 80 quality WEMP. And I can't imagine that currently, with my skill and with my rope tool, that I'm going to be getting a lot of 90 quality, enough to warrant a whole bin for it. But as it is, the WEMP that I'm going through is this batch of WEMP. It's 14,500 of 86 quality WEMP. And all the while, my farming skill is going to climb. Whoops, I want to sacrifice. I had half the mind of turning Griffith into a priest just to do the sacrificing. I honestly had half the mind. Whoops, I put a J. J is my hotkey for sacrifice. So I had half the mind of turning Griffith into a Vin priest. Like, he's ready to be priested in the sense that his faith is at 30 and he's a Venora follower. So, and then he could be doing the sacrificing. And that'll save me some time, or some of my sleep bonus, I guess, and time. But I don't know. And at his level, it could be like completely temporary, right? Like he's just temporarily a priest, and then turn off the priest, and then when I need it again. I decided against it in the end. The sacrificing takes, so every like so many casts, I'll have to do 2 sacrifices. And one thing I could do is like, I could just squeeze in 1 sacrifice here and there as well. If I don't let my bar go all the way to the bottom. I don't know. I figure I'm losing about 10% skill by spending the time to sacrifice. So it's not a big deal. You know what? Oh, I did turn on my sleep bonus. I was thinking, like, looking at the skill I'm gaining, I may as well have a sleep bonus on there for that. Let's do one more round of this, and then I'll do a sacrifice. So you can just quality lock a BC right now for the rope making span, just for the convenience of sorting ropes, and move them to BSB later. Right, but I don't have a BCU right now, and so I'd have to construct one. Which, I have a couple empty BSBs out there, but not 4. So I'd have to do some inventory management, just swap around some stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. So there's a Rite of Spring coming later this evening. I might not be able to grab it tonight because, work comes tomorrow really early, and I'll probably not be able to go over to Cadence starting at 10. Because if that was the case, I won't be back till like 10. It'll be at 10 p.m. my time. By the time I get back and logged off and ready to get off, it won't be till closer to 11. And then gotta wake up before 6 in the morning tomorrow. So what I was planning on doing was sailing over at some point whenever I have a chance later today. And then after work tomorrow, just praying and coming back. Yeah, he's still going. 50, 40. Okay, and let's wait for this one to be done and sacrifice. So, am I doing any quality sorting for food stuff into FSPs 2? Oh, not really. I only, like, I have a high quality bin and a low quality bin for food right now, and where the high quality bin, I'm just throwing in anything that I'm making currently. So I don't have that issue for that. It's really easy to sort there because if I'm farming, all the harvest stuff goes into the same bin. And then there's no real like dropping into the low quality bin. The low quality bin's all older stuff so I don't think I'll need that. But thanks though. Thanks for the offer. All right. So I think we're at the point where we can now start looking at all the things that happened just recently. So let's go to the forums and also to the Discord. Just bring it over to the Discord. So here's the Discord. I kind of want to put it in a place where I can see Xander still. So I'm going to put it here and just rotate this over here. I'll put Xander over here and put this over here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so here's the Discord. This was the first thing that I saw. Oh, it looks like Katz has started her stream. The first thing that I saw was over in the Wurm Online chat. I don't know if there was an earlier post than this, but this is probably going up a little bit here. But I saw a post. I was like, it's right over somewhere here, somewhere in this vicinity. Or was it? I'll get there. And I see Xander needs to queue up. You know what? I'm going to do a sacrifice and then a queue up. Okay. It was way after this. This is the 21st. So I wish there was like a way of just like searching for a name. I see Keenan there. I see Keenan here. Where was it? Where was it? Was it in the announcements? It was somewhere in here. He was like he made a mention. And there might have been, they might have erased it. It's possible that they got rid of it. Yeah. It looks like they got rid of it. That's disappointing. It's disappointing indeed. It's very possible they got rid of it. But I can search for names. Top right, put in Keenan. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back to the Wurm Online. Top right, put in Keenan. How do I spell it? Keenan. There we go. Right, so you see, this is Bun responding to it. This is responding to it. Oh, okay, so this is gonna go back in time, right? So you see. Oh, I need to put Keenan. Okay, let's see. What are you saying? Well, in search, but don't click enter. So Keenan, like that. Then click his name with your mouse. Like this. No. That'll search his tag. Sorry. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Search for... Like, where do I click his name? I feel like both of them have their sleep bonus on. I'm going to just turn Griffith's sleep bonus off, just so that I'm not wasting too much. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? From Keenan? From... colon... Keenan. It's not working. It's not working. Like, click that. Keenan. Image. Search for... Right, but why is it not coming up for me? Like, when you're seeing what I'm seeing, right? Like, on my thing, okay, so I'm typing in search for Keenan, right? So I have that same thing up there as you do. But I don't get all those, like, options that you're getting. Why not? Not getting it. Try to search someone else like noise, okay? Let's see. Right? Like, see how I'm not getting... And yeah, you're right. Like, it's not coming from noise. What is going on? From user. Keenan. What if I click this? Keenan. What is happening? It's very frustrating. Anyway, yeah, I don't get the tag, which is kind of weird. Pin messages, show member list, inbox. Like, what if... Is Keenan's name up here somewhere? Is there like a thing to... Anyway, the weird thing is that buns... Let's do that same thing. Keenan. Let's look at this. Where did this happen? Okay. We can narrow it down from here. Okay, so this post came after the post I'm looking for. But you see how... So that happened on the 23rd. Right? Like, I don't see Keenan here. So that makes me feel like they took down those posts. Unless you, like, can you guys find those posts? I don't know. Anyway, that removes that bit. Okay, so we got a bunch of posts in here. They were good. It was just a matter of, like, how many people actually saw those posts, right? That's what I was thinking at that time. Like, a lot of information was happening from Keenan number 0666. No results. Old? No, nothing. Nothing. That's so weird. Are you guys able to, like, if you search, are you able to see Keenan's posts using that method? My Discord is broken. I know. Let's try resetting. Let's get rid of some of these things I don't need. Okay, you can, yes. Okay, so you can find those posts. That's so weird. Like, I don't even see the post when I scroll through the thing. Is it maybe because I'm in a streamer mode? Right, okay, okay. Look at that. It's because I'm in streamer mode. That's weird. That's like super weird. Okay, so I found some. Okay, here we go. Oh, look, there's like he just posted a couple things. Okay, let's see here. It was before this. It was before all these announcements. Okay, here it was somewhere here. Okay, so I found it. Whew, that's like super weird, eh? Well, I knew if I want everything in the specific channel that you're at. Okay, I want it to be in the... Well, I found the post that I'm looking for, so... Okay. So this was the post I was talking about. He said, I don't want to step on Damona's toes, but we're working on what is primarily a bug fix patch. No new content, but fixes for things that have been brought up. I don't have the complete list in front of me though. Tentative date is the 23rd during maintenance. Okay, so this was the first, from what I saw, the first mention that there was going to be the fix, like the update. Since Samuel mentioned that it will happen during September. Okay, so in August, Samuel made a post saying, we will be doing an update. Oh, okay, good. We'll be doing an update that will be mainly a bug fix thing for the animal husbandry. He said this in August, and his exact words at the time were that it would happen sometime next month. Okay, so it did in fact end up happening in September. But we got no information from that Samuel post up until this moment, on the 21st of September, saying that this is going to happen. So that ended up happening on the 23rd. Let me see. And then Demona said something. Let's see if we can find Demona now. Let's look. On the 23rd. Did she say something on the 21st? You're right. Nope. Right. So yeah, she didn't really say much in the Discord channel in response to that, it seems. Okay. So when I saw that post, I was like, okay, like something's going to happen in 2 days' time, but we still don't know what. Okay. And then later, after that, let's get rid of this search bar. I think it was later that evening, Keenan posts this one. Okay, so let's look at what that is. And I want one more sacrifice and queue up some of these, and here it is. No, it wasn't this one. It was it was this one. Development update. Right. So this is the one that he posts. And he says, I talked with Demona. Oh, I'd like to address some of the concerns we've seen from you. Okay, so this is, I think, regarding the silence, you know? Okay, I'm going to just forget about Griffith for now and just focus on Xander. It says, for communication, this is like on everybody's mind, right? I've talked with Demona, who will be staying on board. Okay, so that's good news that Demona, who's sort of like already integrated into the system and has been on board for a while now, she's going to be staying because there was rumors that she was going to be leaving, but it's good that she's staying. And we've agreed that a Valray International on at least of a monthly basis is a must. Releasing one on this cadence will ensure active communication from the team every month. Okay, so this is good to hear, right? Like that we're going to get So see, one thing to know is that it's not really up to Demona to make sure that a Valray International comes out every month. It's up to the devs to have something to report every month so that Demona can put out a Valray International, right? So it's not really on Demona's shoulders, it's really on the dev shoulders. So it seems like there's going to be active communication from the team every month, which is great. Okay, that's and hopefully they'll sort out some kind of schedule so that we know what to expect. Let's see, instead of new searches, you replied with exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, I know. Like it feels like this is good news. Okay, so in my opinion, anyway, that we're going to be getting these monthly, and I hope that it's like scheduled so that we know, like, even if it's like at the end of every month, it doesn't have to be exactly on a specific day, but just that way we kind of know to expect. Oh, it's coming close to the end of the month. We should be getting another news post, right? Like, but we'll see how that happens. Then he mentions that he won't go into all the details about the animal husbandry, but we'll say that we have a patch we plan on releasing tomorrow. Okay, this is where I get concerned. Like I was like a little bit like worried at this point because it feels like old sort of methods where it's like we're on the eve of a patch and we still haven't gotten any information about what to expect about it. right? There was a lot of questions from the community about what is intended for the patch. Like, how are things supposed to work? What are things that we know aren't working the way they should be? And what are we to expect? Like, we had no information about any of that the day before the patch. And this is at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Europe time, this post comes out at midnight to 2 a.m., depending on where you are in Europe, on Wednesday. And it's telling you that on Thursday you're going to get a patch. So, like, it's not really much time between this post and the actual patch. And it feels like... It just felt like in my mind I was thinking, like, they should know what's going in the patch. They should have a list already of the things that are going in. Like, it's going to be within hours that this patch is going in. It feels odd that they don't have a list to post here. I almost feel like that should be something that they need to work on in future patches, where prior to hours before the release, there should be something that can be shared. It doesn't have to be the full list either. In fact, if, like, the community can kind of piece together what it was, because a month ago Samuel mentioned what it was, right? And in fact, it wasn't any more than what Samuel mentioned. Like, there might have been a few small things, but, you know, hey, processor. So my hope is that this is just a remnant of the, like, they're starting to fix things now. They're starting to figure out how to make sure that the line of communication is happening at irregular intervals, and maybe over time, we're not going to have the problem that we're seeing here, where hours before the patch comes in, we still have nothing in terms of information. And then it says, while tomorrow's patch... Oh, sorry. It does say here, as with anything, development is an ongoing process, and we will be awaiting more feedback from you before we decide on future tweaks to the system. So this leaves the animal husbandry update sort of open-ended, in that we could be expecting further tweaks depending on how things land. Okay, so that's also good to know, that they're not just putting this animal husbandry update in the drawer and just packing it away for later. Although I kind of would disagree with this statement, as with anything, because there's been many updates that never went through that iterative process properly and is still kind of like hanging. Maybe the fishing update is kind of in that boat. Wow, Mind Logic 60, that's a good one. That's a lot. Awesome, since then. Congratulations on that. So in this last paragraph, he says, patches and future content. While tomorrow's patch will be a bug fix patch, we're still actively working on a few significant projects and sourcing suggestions for quality of life improvement. Sourcing suggestions for quality of life improvements. I like the sound of that. Okay, what that implies is that they're scouring the forums right now specifically for quick things that they can put into the game that will increase quality of life. So if you have ideas, suggestions for how we can improve the quality of life in Wurm, and we're looking for they're probably looking for, easy to implement, high impact quality of life improvements. Now would be the time to suggest them on the forums, I think, because they're looking currently for that. We plan to make another post in a week or so regarding the previously detailed plans and where things currently stand. This is awesome. I love that they mentioned this, because this adds that anticipation piece, right? Like, we're still waiting for that post because that hasn't happened yet. But we're looking at probably Wednesday or Thursday of this upcoming week, we're going to get that post, which will hopefully update us on the current state of the roadmap that was laid out, because they're kind of in the middle of that roadmap still, and what the plan is for finishing some of the things that were listed on there. All right, improvement wish list. Delete the water speed trait. Honestly, I totally agree with that one. Move the gear draft trait to be a speed trait. Okay, we can talk about that one because that one is controversial. Move the slope rare draft trait to be a regular draft trait. I wholeheartedly agree with that one. In fact, I might even say move the slope rare draft trait to be a miscellaneous trait so that it can be put on draft or speed horses. Because it does seem like more of a miscellaneous trait than specifically for draft or specifically for speed. It's like allowing the horse to climb steeper slopes. Right? That could be done draft or not draft. And keep the second rare draft trait as the single only rare draft trait. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. Get rid of the water trait. There is already a rare speed trait, I think. Okay, well, I mean, it's controversial in the sense that I feel like there's a bug that prevents the gear from getting damaged. I totally agree that it should be moved, but maybe it should also be a miscellaneous trait, right? Because both speed and draft traits, draft horses, speed and draft horses, let's suppose we get to a point where they fix the thing that's preventing hitched horses from damaging their gear. Okay, honestly, that's something that I'm sure is going to be addressed at some point. In fact, I was super surprised that it wasn't addressed in this quote-unquote bug fixed round. It does feel like it's a bug, right? Like, why wouldn't horseshoes get damaged when the horse is hitched to a cart, but when it's not hitched to a cart, it does take damage, right? Like, it feels like a bug. I don't believe it's intended that hitched horses do not damage their gear at all. And so if we go by that logic, then we can imagine that if the devs fix that bug so that the equipment does damage on use, then that particular trait that makes it the horse easier on their gear could be a miscellaneous trait in that both draft and speed horses could use that trait. Oh, the heart is taking damage in my inventory? Dang it. Okay, so the heart has got to go into... Okay. Yeah. That's my feeling. That's my sense. I think that's what should happen. Yeah, I know it's considered a food item. I suppose. I mean, honestly, if I carried around a heart in real life for days on end, I would only expect it to go bad. The trait that makes it so that they walk or go faster in water, I don't know how that trait became a trait. Like, what was the brainstorming process there? You know? I know that they wanted to balance it so that the horses before the update and the horses after the update were somewhat similar in speed. But the top speed is there, similar. And I think that they got that down. So then the only problem is that it seems like the best you can get is just these 3 speed traits. You know, lightning speed, fleeter movement, and... God, I don't even remember what the third one is. I wonder if I can look out the door here and can I... Where's the horse that's here? Here. Can I examine? I'm too far away. Oh, it's because I can't see I don't have the animal husbandry to see the traits on this character. I have it on another character. On Xander, he can see the traits. And I'm done this batch, so let's sort and put these away. So in any case, there's pretty much only 3 speed traits. And then currently there's also really only 3 draft traits that matter because the easy on its gear currently doesn't do anything. It reduces the quality when you combine it, which is probably good at your current natural substance skill. It would have been a rip if it went to 100 damage. Yeah. I know. Good thing it didn't completely destroy. Whoops! Oh, I put that in the wrong bin. Too bad I didn't have that locking going. That's okay. The 40 bin isn't that much of a disaster. If I mess up the 40 quality bin. It's only if I messed up the higher quality bins that would have been a disaster. I kind of wanted to see more versatility in the trait system, in the sense that it should be set up so that there's too many traits that you want to have on the horse that you just can't get them all on. Right? So if by moving a bunch of these to miscellaneous, right? Like Spark is there in miscellaneous. If you move the climb steeper slopes and you move the easy on its gear and maybe add another one that's also you want, all into miscellaneous. Okay, then all of a sudden you're setting yourself up for a system where you want all of the speed traits. Let's say you're making a speed horse, so you want all the speed traits, but there's also like all these miscellaneous traits you also want, but you just can't get them all on there, so you have to pick and choose. So it makes it so that you might have a horse that does, that's really good at one thing, and then another horse that's really good at another thing, or you'll have some, what traits you get on the horse will be a matter of preference rather than everybody having the same best horse that there is, right? Like that there's only one best horse trait combination, and that's the one everybody wants. That makes for a kind of a dull system. There should be a variety in what makes it the best. Yeah, I do have a 40 bin. At least currently. I have a feeling that once I get into the 90s, like once I have consistently getting 90 quality ropes, I might just shift it up one and not have a 40 quality bin. So to incorporate something like that I just mentioned about the traits, you almost need like more traits. Right? Like, there shouldn't just be 3 speed traits that do something. Like, what if there was 7 speed traits and they all do something? And they all do something different and you kind of want them all. But there's 7 of them, so you can't have them all. And then there's like 5 miscellaneous ones that you would also want to have all of them. But you can't because you don't have the amount of space to put them all. Okay, at that point, you're going to have to mix and match. Pick the ones you want the most, and maybe the ones that you want the most aren't going to be the same as the ones that other people want. All right, thanks, Vincent. I honestly, I'm going to have to get around to building these bulk container units. They added 7 speed traits. People would riot with, why you made 90 AH requirements? Please, I want 50 AH only. I almost feel like one of the motivations for changing the AH system to the way it is was to remove that thing that made it so that you can get the best of the best with just 50 skill. To make there a reason to go up to the 90s and beyond. Like, there should be a reason to keep improving your skill, and that there's benefits for doing so, right? So like that's one of the things that we kind of want to happen in all skills. And animal husbandry was one of the ones that were not like that. I know it's useless, but always like the one where horse bites you sometimes. I know. That one might still be there, actually. Let's just sacrifice here. And you have 90H already and NFI. As far as you're concerned, you might be the only one too. It might be. Although, yeah, it may be. But there might be somebody else. But there's really not that many. For sure, there's not that many people who have 90. But at least if people felt like you need 90, or 90 would give you something more, that there's some motivation to push your skill to 90. And there should always be that. Because once you get to the best of the best, then there's no motivation to keep going. And it's one of the things that cause people to end their play. It's like there's no more to go. So to further encourage that, I think that a system like I was just describing, where there's too many traits that you want and not enough slots to get them all, will make you want to get the highest possible animal husbandry so you can get the most amount of traits that you can, and then breed in the traits. Like you'll have to make some personal preference choices that make it so that, you know, your horses might not be the same as other people's horses because of the preference that you have is different than that of other people. I really think that would add more flavor to the system. So instead, like one way they can do this is instead of making 3 speed traits where like one goes, there's a 20% improvement, a 10% improvement, and another 10% improvement. Make 5 traits where each one gives, you know, a 7% improvement. You know, like something like this where there's more traits, but you can get the same output in the end. Or maybe a little bit better output in the end. I don't know. I feel like they did make it a little bit better. Honestly, I'm talking specifically for the riding horses. When you're just riding on a horse, I feel like those horses are going faster now than they were before the update. When you're on max gear, you know. Similar with the drafts, I don't know if draft horses, like draft hell horses, were pulling carts at 40 plus kilometers an hour before, were they? Maybe you would know better since then, but like, was there a slight improvement on the top speed available? They really didn't have to categorize traits the way they did. Then they could have had traits such as increases how often traits are active, which would be useful for both draft and speed. Totally. 100%. You're right. They didn't have to categorize them the way they did. You're right. They could have just made it like the old system where you can just mix and match traits, you know, and there weren't draft specific traits and speed specific traits. That I wonder if it would have felt too much like all they did then was add more traits to the system that was currently there. I honestly don't know how much changed under the hood in terms of the breeding and everything like that compared to before. I don't do any breeding, so I don't have a good idea of what the system felt like before in terms of passing on traits in that. So I have no reference. But nonetheless, this post was really appreciated. In fact, this is, even though there was like these parts where it's like I won't go into the details, at least there was like, it felt like things are going to change based on this post. So I really like seeing this. I saw this post and I was like really happy about that. Then the next post we get was the Valerie International post. Okay, and that post sort of finalized and finished up the Creative Constructs event, which was admittedly was taking an inordinate amount of time to get done. Like, it's been months. since it's been closed for new entries. And so this post here, I know for a lot of people meant like sort of signaled that things were actually starting to happen again, you know? So yeah, squashing bugs. Let's see what they say here. With the maintenance, I missed stuff here. Hello, Wurmians. It's been a little while since our last Valray International, and I'd like to apologize for that and let you know that we have not forgotten about you. Although things have been quiet, we have been working away in the background, squashing some bugs, implementing some fixes, and working on new features and content for you all to enjoy. Thank you for your patience with us during this time. Okay, so that was a nicely written post, quite professional. It doesn't go into the details of what happened too much, which doesn't need to be rehashed here at all. And I think that it was well written. With the maintenance restart this week, we'll be implementing some balances and bug fixes concerning the animal update and a few other things. Okay, so that's reiterating what was said from Keenan. There'll be a few tweaks to traits, such as a fix. Hold on, let me just get this going. Again, I'm going to just focus on Xander. So let's get these sacrificed. Where was I? There'll be a few tweaks to traits, such as a fix to make the seams to pick up stuff and seams stationary traits work properly. Seems to pick up stuff. What does that look like when it works properly? Does anybody know yet? Anybody know what that means or what it does? Seems to pick up stuff. I see people throwing some crazy ideas around, like, for example, it picks up Serral, which I can't imagine that's true. But maybe it's gems or something, I don't even know. Okay, so let's see. And making less useful traits on creatures become less common, like, for example, sheep with draft traits. A chance to pass on dominant traits has been improved, and already existing traits in parents will be even more likely to pass on to offspring than newly generated ones. Okay, that's an important sentence. So from what I understand from your, yeah, I know, on your Serral farm, exactly. I think it was you, Borsascore, maybe it was somebody else, I can't remember, posted below, regarding the fact that it already felt like the dominant traits were passing on okay, like decently okay. I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't experienced it really, so... but it's saying here that they're going to increase the chance to pass on dominant traits. So, for example, if your parents already have 4, let's say, draft traits, and then you mate them, that there's a higher chance now that the offspring will have those 4 draft traits than it was before. They weren't passing on properly, they stayed dominant. But I see. They stayed in the dominant, but it wasn't the specific dominant traits that were passing on. Was it like just a random? Let's say you had lower skill, for example. Make this like a scenario, and then let's say you have 1 draft trait on a horse, and the other horse has the same draft trait. Okay, but they're draft dominant, but there's only 1. And that's like the only trait it has, let's suppose, in this simplistic situation. Okay, so you have 2 horses. They each have the same single draft trait. That's the only draft trait they have. You mate them. The offspring will be a draft horse, and it will have a draft trait, but it will pick randomly from the pool of traits. Is that how it kind of worked before? It literally felt like it chose the dominant category and then it rolled a random trait from there. Okay, yeah, okay. That makes sense. So that's what... So some people were saying that, but other people were kind of saying, like, that it felt like it was okay. But maybe it was like, if you already had high skill and already had horses that had all the traits, all the draft traits, and then you mated them, obviously there, a random roll of 4 draft traits are going to be pretty much the same draft traits. So that might have been the situation at the high skill with lots of traits already, but it might have been affecting lower level people who only had a couple draft traits, let's say. And then when they bred them, it just felt like the output was a couple randomized draft traits. Okay, so now it seems like they changed it so that the specific traits that the parents have a higher chance to go to the offspring. Okay, then there's... Okay, so the issue is that it didn't feel like breeding a 1 draft animal versus a 4 draft animal made a difference. Okay, interesting. I guess that is based on the skill that you were at. It depends on the skill that you're at. Right? You're looking at this from a high skilled player. Let's say you had 2 horses and they only had 1 draft. You breed them together, but because your skill's so high, the output ends up being a draft trait with a lot of draft skills. Or draft, I'm guessing. Just breeding 2 draft dominant traded horses. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure exactly what changed here in the sense that I don't know what the difference will be now. But my guess is that it'll feel like the specific traits that the parents have will pass on more likely than others. But the second part, I'm not sure I understand it still. Okay, it says, and already existing traits in parents will be even more likely to pass on to offspring than newly generated ones. Okay, so maybe that's saying the same thing that I just said. So the traits that the parents have already... Okay, so the chance to pass on dominant traits has been improved, and already existing traits in parents will be even more likely to pass on to offspring than newly generated ones. Yeah, so it feels like that's saying the same thing I just finished saying. So that's my theory too. I'm convinced that the amount of 4 draft trait offspring I got is due to my high skill. Right, yeah. I would guess that as well. Okay, so the traits are going to pass on a little bit more consistently. This includes an increased chance to pass on coat colors, which is interesting. I wonder how much of an increase that is. And the chance for miscellaneous traits has been reduced a bit to encourage dominant traits passing on. So I'm wondering, like, what if you get to the point where you want the 4 draft traits, but you also want a, spark in its eye, and you want maybe one other miscellaneous trait? Like, is that something that's going to be possible now with this reduced bit, reducing it that a bit? I don't know. There will also be a fix for donkeys and mules making horse sounds instead. Okay, so donkeys and mules are going to make donkey and mule sounds now. That's nice. It does feel like there still needs to be more fixes. Like, this was not a full-on fix for all the issues that were there. I do still feel like they probably will be implementing something where hitched animals will damage their gear. I kind of feel like that's something that is going to happen or should happen. I know it's a nerf, and I know it's always been that way, but it feels like that's something that should have been fixed with the animal husbandry update if there was gonna be, especially with adding that trait that makes it easier on its gear. The sounds donkey make when you strike them is very sad. Oh, very, very sad. Oh, boy. We'll have to go test that out. Okay, so let's move on. It does say more stuff. On top of trait tweaking, we worked a bit on the feeding of animals. Creatures in caves will once again be able to eat food from the ground, and the nutrition of hay will be increased so your horses can become fat and happy on a diet of hay. Yeah, that's kind of like, I didn't know that wasn't a thing before, and it kind of feels like it should have been a thing, and so I'm glad it's a thing. That you can actually feed your animals hay, and it will actually work just as good as feeding them corn or whatever else it is that you want to feed them. That feels like it should have been a thing at the beginning. We also tweaked the pathing to food a bit, and have reduced the chance of grass packing while your critters are moving around. That's a big one. Reducing the chance of grass packing. Okay, so that helps a lot. Especially newer players that haven't yet gotten to enchanted grass. This was always a thing that I always hated about having a whole bunch of animals. Yeah, you mute Wurm when you fight donkeys. Oh. Is it like a hee-haw sound that the donkey makes? A donkey sound? Okay, we've also tweaked the path. Okay, yeah. Okay, this should cut down on some of the time spent unpacking and replanting grass and lawns. You will also now be able to breed animals when they are slightly hungry instead of needing to make sure they are stuffed to the brim before attempting to breed. Okay, that's good. While most of the update will be focused on animal husbandry changes, there will be a few other things and a new 100 skill title coming with the patch. Okay, and that ended up being one of the shields that somebody got. I think Oblivion Reaver maybe, or somebody got some kind of shields. We'll look at exactly what it was. Then there was the Creative Constructs building contest, which is awesome that we got the winners of this. Let's look at some pictures. Oh my god, so small. Okay, that's pretty crazy that this build is like up in the mountains. That's really awesome. Seraphina won, which is awesome because Seraphina is really like a design master. Although I feel like these pictures don't quite do justice to the types of things that Seraphina does on her deeds. Salorraine, I don't know this person, but this looks pretty nice. Cozy ranches and farm themes. These pictures are just too small. I wonder if I can just... I don't know. Well, the pictures are there for you guys to look through on your own and zoom in how you like. I don't know if I want to go through all of them with too much detail. They look really cool. A lot of these are really awesome pictures of really cool looking, like, decorations and themes, and just it inspires me in terms of decorating. So I think that's awesome. And then the last little bit were updates of all the upcoming events that are happening in the game that are player run. Like, for example, there's the Festival of the Veil Impelong. This one is the one that's hosted by, is it the Vooch? Oh no, this one's Rogue Cathedral. Rogue Cathedral. Okay, so this one is the one that's happening on the new servers on NFI. It's the very first Impelong on NFI, and I'm really looking forward to it. It'll start October 24th and go right to Halloween, or close up to Halloween. New Festival Cove, I think that might be Vooch on the southern cluster. We went to that one last year. There's Vooch. And then I feel like Draka's also holding a Impelong that was announced, but it's not been... I think these ones are specifically the Halloween ones. And then I think Draka's is going to be for the wintertime. It's a dying hee-haw sound. Oh. And it says, myself and other GMs will be there during both events to cause havoc, as usual. Make sure to bring a tent along in the case of a creepy critter galore. Of course, there will be some spooktacular happenings all around Wurm during Halloween time, whether you are able to attend a community event or not. That's very good to hear. I'm very happy. I really hope they bring back the hunting event for Halloween. That's one of my favorite events. And they've been doing it for the past, I want to say, 3 or 4 years in a row now. They had it on the new servers last year for the first time. This is where you go around hunting critters, looking for a chance for them to drop a very special Halloween item. So during that Halloween event, we all got this helmet. So that we spawned in and we all got this helmet in our inventory if you were premium. And then you could go around hunting for some other items. Now, I hunted a lot. I got my hunting from during that event from like something like 15 all the way into the 70s. And I only got one thing, I think. Although I might have put it down somewhere, not here. Oh yeah, here it is. This is the one thing I got after all that hunting. I got one item, and that was this. And you might be thinking like that's because maybe I wasn't hunting the right mobs. You have to hunt mobs with high combat rating, but I assure you, that's all I was fighting. So the mobs I killed hundreds of crocs, maybe dozens of trolls, also hundreds of scorpions. These were the main mobs that I was killing, and I did this for like days straight. Like however long the event was, I was able to just spend several hours each day just doing it, and I was having the time of my life. Like I was getting my fight skill was going up like crazy, which was really important for the new character. Um, yeah, and Alorn, you were also having fun. Oh, and you started playing after Halloween, so you missed it. Wait, since then, are you telling me that you've only been playing this game for like less than a year? I don't believe that. Okay, but that's this character, right? Like, oh, was it like were you playing on the old cluster before? I'm just trying to like. Oh, that's your playtime. Oh, that's your. So you. This was your first character, and that was the first time you started playing this game. How? What? Okay, a bit of dabbling a few years ago. So you've been busy. Like I'm trying to think. Like after 1 year of me playing this game, I was like nowhere near the level at which you are playing, and I would say that you have far surpassed the level at which I play. Pandemic made me only work 2 days a week. Okay, so now you're back to five again. I see. So that does give you more playtime. Yeah, it is. It is, but it is. Like honestly, going back to work felt good. You know, it was like the moment where I'm sitting at my desk and there's other teachers. We're in a room with other teachers and we're just talking, just chatting with other people. Just felt so good to have that again. You know, but yeah, it does mean less playtime. That's crazy. That's crazy that like in such a short time you became like a master chef and animal. You're doing all the ruins, like tons of stuff. Like you got really in depth there. It seems in that short period of time. You never lost that since I was still working for 2 days a week at the office. That's true. That's true. So yeah, if you still got to get that weekly dose of chat. See, as a teacher, like we all went online, and it was almost as if we never saw any other teacher ever during that period of time. Because I just would wake up, I'd come downstairs, and I'd be on my online class with the students, and that was the whole day. Didn't get those downtime moments where you do the whole thing where you're like, okay, how's your weekend? How are things going with your school? Like, how are things going with your classes? Those are super important conversations, even though they do feel like just small talk. They like decompress, allow you to vent, allow you to like say what you're thinking, and feel like other people are in the same boat as you when things are going really hard. Um, it's really important, and felt like we were missing that last year. Anyway, I'm trailing. I'm getting off topic here. We should go back to to the next thing, which we got, which was the actual updated. What do you call it? The actual patch notes. So the update happens the next day, and we get the list of patch notes. So let's take a closer look at these things. Um, All right. So a bunch of bug fixes, and a lot of them are I would classify them as very minor. Animals will now correctly eat unbutchered animal corpses. Okay. Beverage recipes will now add to the cookbook when the player's offline. I didn't even notice that that was happening, but that's something that probably should have been fixed before. Corrected the spelling of the name Rhythm. Okay, so spelling errors. Examine animal will now show correct information about which containers they will eat from in an area. Okay, so that's a small bug from the previous update. Fixed a text error when trying to bury a corpse on somebody else's deed. Okay, so it's just a text error that was fixed. Another text error during rifts that we don't even know what it is. Fixed problems with creatures packing grass and lawn. Okay, so it turns out that that was actually a problem where creatures were packing probably too often. And so they fixed that. So now they will pack less often. Fixed situations where animals were not eating correctly when in mines. That was mentioned. Fix the issue of extra sleep bonus hour not showing when reaching max sleep bonus via achievements and then purchasing the extra sleep bonus via marks. I'm curious about that one because I have the extra sleep bonus from the marks on both my characters, but I don't have the extra one from the achievements or from the journal. Like I'm wondering if they're talking about because right now the bar will be at maximum at 5 hours, and then the 6 hour is kind of like above and beyond this bar. I wonder if they're talking about rescaling that bar so that when it's full, it's at your max, whatever your max might be. But I have a feeling that that's not the way it is, even though that's the way I think it should be. But it might just be that there was a bug where if you got the journal hour and then you subsequently got the marks, or maybe vice versa, like in quick succession, it just didn't show that this was at 7 hours. Yeah, the bar is still only 5 hours. Yeah, I don't know why it's only 5 hours. It really should, I feel, be representative of your full sleep bonus, your maximum. So if you now have 7 hours, it should be like a full bar is 7 hours. I'm not sure. Hey, there's Faye. Let's see what else is in here. Increase the chance of animals getting fat when they eat hay. That was mentioned. Magrodon's fire will now fuel fireplaces correctly. Okay. That seems like a bug that's long overdue. Pet bowls will no longer drop through fences. Okay, that's something that was happening, I guess. Pick stuff up trait and the secondary and the stationary trait should now work correctly, but they don't mention what that means. What does correctly mean? Um, prevented hay items appearing as Valkyrie mission demands. I don't know why that is removed. Oh, oh yeah. Why do they prevent that? I don't know. Removed Hans and Simeon from generic creature name lists. Whatever. Spirit guards will fight back on the edge of villages now. Also, whatever. Tools will now take damage when removing pavement, surface, and mine, removing mine door, and removing cladding. Also, whatever. Like, why wasn't that happening before? I don't know. Let's just put more in here for. Let's see what else is in here. Not really much, right? Like animals can now breed when slightly hungry. That was mentioned. Stealth players are no longer considered for Drake scale if they're stealth when the kill happens. That was put in because people were bringing all their alts to these private slayings and stealthing and getting the loot. So now they cannot do that anymore. The manage animal menu will no longer close when selecting options like untame or unbrand and will instead reopen the animal manage window after. This change needs to happen for so many other things like it. There are so many other things like this. Like, for example, when you're making a deed, when you're planting a deed for the very, like, with a deed stake. If let's say an error happens, let's say there's a wild like a aggressive creature in the area, and you're like, okay, I make the deed size, I plan all the tiles, I put all the numbers in, and I click to the next screen, and then it'll say, oh, I can't plant the deed because there's an animal there, and then it closes the window and everything is gone. It's like you now have to start from the beginning putting all those numbers again. It unfortunately also made it so that stealth characters get no blood as well. I don't see a problem with that. Is there a reason why you would want to go stealth and not maliciously be trying to steal Drake and Scalehide from other people? I can't see that being a horrible, horrible side consequence. I think it's okay that happened. But it does feel like, yeah, they could have like maybe made that a little bit more robust, but whatever. Could invite a whole bunch of other folks to private slayings that you trust to stay stealth. Oh, I see. So it would add a functionality that would allow you to still get bloods and not the hide. But I suppose if you trust them, then you could trust them to just give you the hide. I don't know. Yeah, that would have been an extra. Yeah, that would have been nice. Yeah, okay, let's see here. Feyran's just getting up to date on the patch. It looks like he hasn't been really like focused on Wurm lately, although he was on yesterday for the first time in a while. And he's on again today. So that's 2 weekend days in a row. I made him a bunch of stuff, including a stone chisel, because he's going to work on stone cutting. And also made him some affinity food for his wood cutting and his stone cutting and masonry. So it feels like things are starting up again. Coming off a long break. Okay, let's see. What else is here? So we got added the new title for 100 large metal shield. Congratulations, Neowin. So yeah, that's there. Animal breeding tweaks. So this is all the stuff that we already knew. Okay, so speed, draft, and output traits will now have a large chance to be ignored during selection if the creature has no use for those traits. So this is like, you're not going to be getting 5-speed sheeps anytime anymore. Hey, Dreamt, what's going on? It's nice to see me in Wurm. How's it going? How am I? I'm doing very well. Still keeping up with Wurm. I just haven't been streaming a lot lately. Seeing me in Wurm makes me want to play. Totally, you should. I noticed you haven't been playing Wurm in a while. But yeah. Improved chance to pass on dominant traits. Okay, so that's all we know. We all know that. Reduced how common miscellaneous traits are to pass on. Existing traits passed on from one or more parents are more likely to be passed on. Sick trait. Okay, so this one's something different. Sick trait is now much less likely to kill something. Okay. Yeah, I kind of heard about that it almost felt like if an animal had that trait, that it was sick, it's like pretty much a death sentence. I saw somebody complaining about that. So they might have tweaked the way that it determines if it's going to kill something. Increase the chance a bit to pass on the color of the parents, and negative traits no longer get a bonus to pass down to offspring. Is it that they used to get a bonus? Like if an animal had a negative trait, then it was more likely that that negative trait would get passed on, because that's kind of funny if that's the way it was. Let's just sack here. Yeah, more or less never reached adulthood when it was sick. Yeah. Pretty much a death sentence. Okay, so you have not. Last time you played was far away from home in some sort of post-apocalyptic town. It felt like all houses and props were still there, but no players was around. Yeah, that happens in Wurm though. That's like normal. Um, but see, places like that don't stay like that forever because somebody eventually repurposes that place for their own thing. Hey, Gaffer, welcome on in. How's it going? Yeah, so we just finished like talking about all the details of how the update just happened. We are still looking forward to that post that they mentioned that's going to happen, where either Samul or we might see Keenan do it, or even Demona might do it, where they're going to. How was it put? Let's read the wording again. Because this patch was really small, I would say. Like some of these didn't really even need to be said, right? Like fixed a text error. Like, okay, it almost feels like in this post they're kind of reaching for as many items to put on the list so that it feels like there's a lot of stuff that got changed. And while there were some stuff that got changed, it was like a lot of these items on the list probably didn't need to be mentioned. Maybe not a lot, but there were some items on this list that didn't need to be mentioned. Like removed Hans and Simon. Like I'm sure that if they didn't mention that, nobody's gonna be like, what happened to that Hans? Why am I not seeing Hans anymore? And maybe I don't even it's like generic creature name listed. Maybe Hans is still there. I saw somebody below mention that that might mean like we're no longer going to see Hans and Simon on female animals, and maybe it's just that's what this generic creature name list. Whatever. Not a big deal. Okay, so I just want to go back and just read one more the wording of what's going to happen this week because and this is what I love the fact that Keenan mentioned this, and I really hope they continue mentioning things like this as we move forward. And here, let me just do one. Okay, it says here this bit. We plan to make another post in a week or so regarding the previously detailed plans and where things currently stand. This is what I want to know. I want to know the answer to what's going to be in this post coming. That's going to be really exciting to get wind of that because we know that they're deep into the exploration update. Like in terms of they've been working on a lot of things, and I kind of have been hearing whispers and little birdies telling me things about things. And I can't say any details because I don't know the details, but what I do know is that it's been a long time that they have been working on new content that we have not heard a peep about in terms of like anything beyond what was in the original roadmap. And I started hearing about these things before the summer began, that they were working on stuff. And that things were actually moving. So this was like before summer, months ago. So we haven't heard anything official since that time. Like I'm like the animal husbandry update happened, and then there was a patch for the animal husbandry in May, and then it was like right around that time in May. That's when I started hearing all these things that were being worked on for the next update. I don't know how far along they are on that, and I don't know, um, what the things are that they're working on, but I feel like they're getting back into the swing of things right now after the whole delay in development. It might have just been summer, part as being part of it. But we're moving now into fall, autumn, and I think things are going to start picking up in terms of the development. My hope, anyway, is that they're going to start picking up. That or so means by Christmas, and the post is going to be, we're working on VR. No, that has not impacted your chance to get Hans or Simon female donkey. That's hilarious, Sipaku. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it I honestly do feel like we should be aiming our sights on December for this update. Any earlier would be like a bonus, but I wouldn't want them to rush things. I want them to get things right. If they're going to put in an exploration update, I don't want it to suffer the same things that the most recent updates have been suffering from, which is they put something out, it's not working properly, there's a month of development, they try to fix it, still not working properly. 5 months later, they put another fix out, still kind of fixes stuff, but doesn't really address some of the issues. Like, I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen. I'd much prefer that they spend a few extra months just making sure it's working the way it should be working. Obviously, it's never going to be perfect. You do have to release it, and then you have to do iterative processes where you see if it's working, and if it's not, you fix it. But honestly, it would be nice if we can get like a really robust system implemented in the first shot. That might need some tweaking, but not revamping the whole thing again. That would be nice. And as far as VR goes, I don't know for sure exactly how they're doing the VR, but my guess is based on the way that they've worded things, both Game Chess Group and the devs, is that they probably hired an outside source to implement the VR. Yeah, but for that degree of tweaking, it needs testing. And if they do dev testing, then we're losing dev coding time. Well, I mean, but there are like devs who are devoted specifically to testing, and that's their whole job. So I know Willow is heading that project up. So, and I think she's like purely volunteer, and she's not part of the official dev paid team. Okay, so I'm gonna have to switch here to what's happening. Oh, here it is. That's weird. Oh, I want this one. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Got to figure out how much of this rope. I think they're about 3 each. So if I want to get to 50, I need like, I don't know, 10. Let's see what just 10 does. Okay, so 10. Let's just turn off this for a second. I'm going to have to also fill up my food. Okay, 10 looks perfect, eh? 49 favor. Okay, let me just go get food. I do have water over there, I think, as well. So let's say I have a beta server patch and live patch that are different. Okay, I mean, like, they have the test server, right? But it's not ideal. It's not ideal, the test server. What am I looking for? I'm looking for channeling. Let's fill that up. Just all my bars. I feel like just getting my bars up is good. Let's fill up the food bar. I'm going to bring over one more barrel, I think, just in case. I wonder if Xander can walk. Not very fast, but he'll make it back eventually. And if people want stuff put in live patch faster, they should go play on beta patch more. Yeah. Yeah. It is definitely an argument that you can make. But the problem is that I just want to play my character, right? Like every hour that I spend on the test server just feels like an hour that I wasn't able to work on my characters, you know? So there, I kind of like, well, if the dev team wants more people working on testing, then there kind of needs to be a little bit of incentive to go and do that. Just give the nerds 0.0001 kilogram of Drake hide for every bug they find. Right. Yeah, but if you see something up on beta server that you are really interested in, or you might just mine on live and go look at it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, weeby. Totally. Like, there have been times where I have gone on because I really wanted to know. I did it. Whoops. I did it for the combat update. Although I didn't spend very much time on there because once I saw what the combat update was, I was like, this feels like the same thing as we normally have, with a couple extra little things that we're doing. What's happening? I had to. Okay, let's put my sleep bonus back on. Let's see. We've gotten 0.346. That's not bad. Yeah. But imagine if 100 people would have gone there, like you, and gave the same feedback. It does not feel different at all. I honestly, though, the problem is that it wasn't put on test server until like right before it was getting put into the game. So I felt like complaining at that point was too late, right? Like the thing that I had a problem with the combat update was that the initial scope of the update was far too narrow, right? Like but the problem is that if you give that feedback on like during the weeks before they're going to launch it, it's like there's nothing they can do to change the initial scope of it. It's like they have to go back to the drawing board to do that. So this is why if the devs want to use feedback in a way that informs development so that it has the most impact, then the feedback kind of has to come at all stages of the development. Like, there needs to be an initial thing where after the devs have figured out the scope of the entire update, they're like, this is everything that we want to kind of address and change. It may not be like set in stone. It might not be actually feasible even 100%. They still have to go in and they might find that they can't actually change the thing that they wanted to. But they first have to have this moment where they're like, okay, this is the plan. We want combat to look like this by the end of this. We want the whole system, and then just like lay out all the big ideas about how things are going to be adjusted. Get that nice and orderly and detailed enough that people can read it and envision what the devs are thinking. That needs to be expressed to the public so that the public can go, wow, like, why don't we address this issue as well? Like, maybe because you're already dealing with combat, maybe we can look at also like the creature AI, let's say, or we can look at like expanding other things, like get the ideas rolling from the community about things that could be included in the update that haven't been considered yet by the devs. Of course, scope is something that will definitely determine how long it takes to update things. So the bigger the scope, the longer it takes to develop. So the devs are probably thinking in terms of like time frame here and picking and choosing. Imagine if 100 people would have gone there. Oh yeah, I read that already. So you're saying that they're afraid feedback would snowball into too much work for such a small team. It's very, very possible that that's one thing that they're worried about. Let's say 100 people do give feedback. Well, now the devs have to read through 100 posts and filter through what is it that is useful and what is not useful, which is, I think, valuable time spent. Although I don't know whether or not the devs feel like this is just going to be take too long. Um, but to me, the time spent where you're planning things, where you're trying to, you know, plan it all out, I feel like that time should be really done properly. Like really, really done properly. So you come out of that stage, like the brainstorming sort of planning stage, you come out of that with a very good idea about what the end product is going to look like. Okay, so I feel like that is a really important stage that should last a decent amount of time before you even begin really, really getting into the programming of it all. I mean, 70% of the post would have been, it's shit, mate. I know. What if they had two stages of development? One stage is pure brainstorming, and the other is developing stage where the brainstorming is done. You mean like implemented? Yeah, like honestly, there should be more than two stages. But yes, if they don't have those two stages at the very least already, they should get those two stages first. Um, I really think that the planning stage, the one where they're laying out the details of what it's going to look like. This is like after the brainstorming, right? Brainstorming is like shooting out ideas. Some ideas get shot down. Some ideas get, oh, this is a good one. We'll put this over here. Just like getting all the ideas. That's brainstorming. Then there's like a stage where they have to like put it all together. Okay. So like from beginning to end, what is the whole scope of the thing? What is it going to affect? What are we not going to affect? The, you know, and that's the part where the devs have to like think, okay, here's how much time we have, here's what's feasible, and the plan needs to be done in a feasible way. You can't make the scope too large where it'll take a year to develop it. So they have a certain amount of time. They need to make the plan so that it fits within the time frame. Um, and then after all that is done, that's where I feel like the first sort of iteration of communicating to the community should be, because now that the devs will have communicated, this is the scope that we're looking at. That way, the people who are looking at the plan can say, well, okay, maybe there's something within that scope that could be adjusted to make things better, or maybe there's something that's outside that scope that will quite easily just be implemented into that scope, like things that are kind of related that the devs haven't thought of, and they might, when they hear the idea, might go, oh, yeah, like that kind of makes sense to tack that on to this idea that we're having, you know, before this all should happen before they actually do any coding, right? Like where they're getting more input to adjust that plan, and then they tweak the plan to make adjustments there. Once they let the community know, though, the thing is that now the community is in on that progress, and if the time between that moment and the time of release is too long, then that's where the problem is going to come. So the devs are going to have, if they go with something like this, they're going to have to be sort of on top of things. Okay, so like they post, we're working on X project and we want to do this, give us feedback on it. And after the feedback reaches critical mass, they say, okay, now we've our coding. Yeah, something like this. But a lot of times it's to create something when they see feedback on forums and think, this could have been good, but now the manpower is on another project. Or that just they don't have the manpower at all. Yeah, it's like possible. Oh, and Fayran just said he got four skill in stone cutting yesterday. Nice. Not sure if you noticed, but I'm streaming. Possible he hasn't even noticed. Or he's watching, I don't know. Faye, you watching? Yeah. Anyway, I think that's where I want to end this conversation on this dev talk. I'm really happy to see things moving forward. I'm super excited about hearing what's next for Wurm, and it is feeling like things are going to start getting on track in terms of getting monthly communications and moving forward with the things on the roadmap. My hope is that they're going to continue with hanging things on walls and docks. Those are two things that I'm really excited for. Oh, I honestly don't know anything. I'm not, I'm, the facial expression I have is that I'm really excited to hear about what is coming next. Honestly, I don't know anything. They don't share that stuff with me. In fact, even like a lot of the volunteer devs don't know anything either. So it's not like, yeah, it's not like there's a lot of information known for sure, right? Like even Samuel probably doesn't even know for sure everything. Yes, I am very optimistic. So this is where like it's been a long time since I've been optimistic. It's been a long time. But I'm also at the same time being realistic in that I have tempered my the scope of what I expect. Right? So I think it was like the cooking update. I was super impressed at the scope of that update. And then there was like a flurry of other updates that happened right after that that just groundbreakingly changed the game. Like everything about underground stuff, building underground and bridges underground and wider openings, everything related to the underground cave system, there was like a flurry of updates that happened there that completely changed the game. Completely. All of a sudden things that were not even like you wouldn't even think of doing these things are now possible, and it allows for so much more, right? Animal cages, totally, right? There was like all these like things, just one thing after the other, and it was just a flurry, and everyone was just like, wow, this is just awesome, this is just awesome. And then that momentum like stopped probably in 2017 or 18, in that region. That momentum stopped. It slowed down anyway. There were still some notable things that happened after that time. It just wasn't like in the flurry that was happening before that time. Okay, like things that happened after that that were great, like were the volumetric lighting, um, all the normal mapping, all that stuff got added. The water, the new water in the new sky, right? But these things weren't game changing things. Like they made the game look pretty, but it didn't change what you were doing in the game or how you were doing it. Um, yeah, like distance trees, the new water. Like I think the last game changing, like big game changing change that happened was the placing items on top of other items. Right? Like that changed how you went about decorating everything. And then once that was in, I feel like there wasn't really much that added to the gameplay. It was more like visual stuff got added after that. A lot of visual stuff. But then every update that happened that was supposedly going to change the way you played the game didn't really change the way you played the game. Like the combat update didn't really change combat that much, right? It might have changed what kind of buttons you were pressing during the combat phase, but not all that much. The UI update, exactly, that didn't change anything. I was so hopeful for the UI update. I mean, it was announced that UI was going to be worked on like really early, and then it didn't get worked on until more recently. But I kind of remember we were still building the labyrinth when they announced that they're going to be working on UI, and that was back when Buddha was leading up the team. And at that time, I don't know if you can go back to what Brian and I were saying about it. We had all these envisionments of like how this would be so game changing for the game. Like if they could just get this part right, the game will become a completely new. We would interface with the game in a completely new way that would revolutionize how we did things. It wouldn't be so many right click menus. It wouldn't be so many fiddling with stuff. They can completely work on the UI to make it feel like we're interacting with the game in a completely new way. But then that didn't happen. And instead, what it amounted to was a reskin of exactly the same thing that was there before. And then they added a few minor things, such as you can now keybind by just holding over the menu and holding down your keybind. And your keybinds are shown here. That was like a small UI thing. UX, thing. There were some small things that were added like that. Like when I examine something, it now shows in the world this message in addition to down here. Right? Like minor things were changed with the UI. But it was like such a minor thing that it didn't actually change the game, like how we interact with it. Fundamentally, we still interact with it the same way. Right, right. Okay, so removing and adding gear on our mounts is so good. Totally. I'm not denying the fact that there were some really nice things, but nothing on the level of like building underground or cooking. I keep saying the cooking update, and maybe some of you don't really know what I mean when I say that, like how much that changed the way you play the game. But in that cooking update came all of the changes to the forestry. So like all of the harvesting, they added new trees so that there was now all sorts of different fruits, nuts. All those nuts went into combining, and the extra ingredients went to combining different foods, hundreds of different recipes with millions of different combinations for getting affinities. So even just the affinity food stuff got added. Beekeeping got added. All of the animal, like I would say the cooking update changed the animal husbandry so much that like milk became super important for dairy food making, and dairy food making became a thing. Um, Baking became a thing, like that you would want. Like there's a reason to do baking now. All sorts of things just all of a sudden became relevant because the cooking update. Even fishing became a thing that made it so that you might want to go fishing now for the different types of fish. Yeah, they added affinities and the CCFP system. They added so many different things that made it worthwhile to go out and do things that weren't worthwhile to do before. And it touched so many different areas of the game. It wasn't just cooking and those people who wanted to become cooks, right? But it even added a little bit of exploration while people were trying to find beehives all over the place. It made it so that fine carpentry had an extra thing to do where you have to get high quality beehives. Hey, Feyran, what's going on? Welcome on in. Yes, that is totally true. Um, and she was the one who did all that. along with, she also added bridges to the game. She added all the underground stuff to these monstrous. And see, the reason I feel like they were so impactful was because there was time spent on trying to figure out at the beginning the scope of that update. Imagine Titch doing content patches and Samul doing world and technical updates. Yeah, totally. Samul has added a lot to the game in terms of the technical things that changed the way the game is. I remember when Samul was like just starting out, and the first time I noticed Samul developing something specific, like this is Samul's edition, was when, let me see if I can see it here. Yeah, this change where you can now change the color of which the outline hover is. I noticed my music is not playing anymore. Let me just double check what happened there. There we go. The head bob, I'm not sure if he was the head bob. What happened? Kind of want this to be this. Yeah, I like that color. I really wish that the opacity for this worked. Where is it? This opacity, like if I change this to 50, does it work? I don't see it. See, and it goes back to 100. Let's say 10%, apply. And it's still like at 100. That used to work. That worked at the beginning when this was first implemented. But then something changed about it. So because of that, I'm gonna do with a less of a. Yeah, that's better. So it doesn't. I don't like it standing out so much. Yeah, first person Wurm, third person. Yeah, totally. You know what I feel like the bug is with the third person business, and it's archery, shield block, and also locating, using the pendulums to locate anything, like where it says it's so many distance ahead and to the right of you, like the direction. Anytime that it's trying to figure out what direction you're facing. The reason is this: if I turn like this, okay, my character is still facing this way. Like whichever way that I moved. Oh, I moved and canceled the cast, but I am currently now facing towards this wall. But if I change the direction that my camera's facing, I might feel like I'm facing this way towards this wall. But in fact, my character is actually facing towards this way. So as long as you keep that in your mind, you know, like if I turn around and there's a mob over here and I try to shoot an arrow at it back here, it'll say I can't shoot an arrow because you can't shoot behind you. So in order to fix that, all you need to do is turn this way and walk forward a little bit, then shoot your arrow, right? The only way they can fix it to make it work is make it so that when you're in third person, doing this actually twists your character's direction that they're facing also. Okay, but if that's the case, then I will never be able to look at myself from the front end like I am now. It would be like as I'm turning, my character's also turning, the feet are turning, the whole thing is turning, and now my character's now facing that way. I will always be looking at the back of my character. If they did that, then they can fix it. But I don't know if that will actually make it better. Just make free camera be like control. Right. So add a free camera. Okay, that might fix it. You're telling yourself they don't fix it because they're working on new player models and animations. That is true that I've heard that. I think we all heard that if you were watching Catspur's stream. But I don't think she actually said that they're working on new character models and animations. What she said was that the dev team understands that it's an issue and that it's something that they would love to work on. However, my sense is that they are not currently working on it, nor is it in the imminent future that they will be working on it. It's a big thing. Very technical stuff that has to happen. And I don't think they have the resources right now to start that up. They would need money and probably hiring of outside source to work on that. Currently, the big thing that's in that sort of same sort of scope that they're working on is the VR thing. So like they are pouring money into the VR, it seems. We shall see how that pans out. I am somewhat hopeful. I'll keep my position there. I am somewhat hopeful for this VR update. Hopeful that it actually allows people to go into VR and explore the world without getting motion sickness for the majority of VR players. And that it allows some kind of way of playing the game to its full extent. Buddha! Thank you, Buddha. Thank you for that tier 1 sub. Very, very much appreciated. And welcome. So yeah, for VR, like it would be really cool to just walk around in VR. And you know, feel the game in VR. Like it would be kind of interesting to me. I'm hopeful that it does what I would imagine it to. I kind of like, I mean, even if it has to be that I'm at my keyboard and mouse and using the keyboard and mouse to play and being in the VR world and be able to look around and stuff and play that way. The only things I'm really afraid of is that I won't be able to play because of motion sickness, which happens to me in games that are specifically made before implementing VR. Like if they implement VR afterwards, it tends to be games that aren't really designed for VR in mind. You're hyped to butcher in VR, yeah. VR update when 70% of the players are playing on potato laptops, never mind VR rigs, but yeah, it's developed for a new market, so I don't hate it. Just made it take time, all the little dev time that we have. Yeah, I know it does take, like, despite the fact that they try to tell us that it won't take away from dev time, there's no way that that's true. It's gotta take some time away. And, yeah. Like, the one thing that I don't see them being able to implement is teleport to move. Which is something that a lot of people rely on to play VR games. Is the ability to teleport to a spot. And I've seen some games, the way that they implement it is that they say, well, if you were to just walk forward, the farthest you can get in a specific time interval is here. So then make the teleport be able to go that far and make it take that same amount of time to get there, to teleport there. And so that way, because the motion sickness happens when you start trying to walk forward and your character's moving forward and then your brain sees you move forward, but you feel like you're not moving forward. And there's this moment where your brain just freaks right out. That it feels like you're moving forward, but it doesn't. It seems like you're moving forward, but it doesn't feel like you're moving forward. that causes motion sickness in some people. So the tech demo we had years ago was just using the trackpad for movement. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't good. Using the trackpad. What trackpad? You mean on the VR VR controller? Like the VR headset I have has two D-pads, like controller sticks, one on each hand, and then there's buttons, but there's no like so you have a Vive, it has a trackpad instead of a joystick. Okay, same thing. Okay, so like using the but then how about did it have the capability of bringing up these right-click menus? Like, let's say you can press one of the trigger buttons. There's two triggers, so you can maybe think of them as like right-click and left-click. Was there a way to like aim your controller at a tile and like right-click or left-click it to bring up this, and then maybe like have a laser beam that's like aimed at one of the options? Like, is that how we're kind of making the game actually playable in VR? Is the hard part that you have doubts about. Yeah. Right. So like, right, no UI. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking like, from the usability standpoint, the best case scenario could be that there's a region in front of you that is your UI panel, like UI field, that is kind of transparent. Okay, so you don't see it, but it's there. It's like this panel. And then all UI elements end up on that panel somewhere, right? So it's like floating in the world in front of you, and it moves with your head. So it's like always like in front of you, kind of like you would imagine, how Iron Man has like his helmet and he sees like an interface above, like superimposed on the world. So I'm kind of imagining that. So half the reason for your original UI overhaul designs were make it feasible for VR. Interesting. No UI could be low key. Next innovation for VR and gaming though. Problem is that you don't have a way to streamline stuff. I know. Don't torture us with missed opportunities like actual new UI. But then I can only imagine like you really kind of need the keyboard and mouse to do most things in this game. Like, how would I be able to, like, let's say highlight this rosemary and this block of rosemary and drag it over to like the spot? Like, how would I do that in VR? Like, or I just want this one, and this one to move over. So I grab these three and three of them move over. Like, I can't imagine that being as easy as it was to do right here with my mouse and keyboard. But if they add something where I can use the mouse and keyboard in the VR space, all they then need to do is get all the UI elements on in the VR space as well. Yeah, no idea. The giant item lists Wurm has is the hard part for any new UI's design. Yeah. The other thing I also know about VR is that in the VR headset, it doesn't come out, like text specifically, but everything doesn't quite come out as clearly as it does on a screen that I'm viewing in the real world. Right? Like if there's a virtual screen inside VR and there's text on the virtual screen, the readability of that text is never as good as text on a real screen that's in front of you. And I'm not sure if that's something, like why that's the case. But my guess is that when, let's say a virtual screen that's moved a certain distance away from you in a VR, like then the resolution for the text on the screen has to dynamically adjust. Or not dynamically adjust, it's just that the number of pixels that each character is using will change based on how far away or how small the text is, or how close it is and how big the text is. Whereas on a real screen, the number of pixels that a text takes up is like finite. It's like exactly the same no matter how far away the screen is from my face, right? The number of pixels that each thing takes up is going to be constant. So it might have something to do with that, but I don't know what else. I don't know. I'm not a developer and I don't know a lot of this technical stuff, so I'm only guessing based on what I see. But what I see in a VR headset is that text definitely comes out blurrier in most circumstances. So I don't know if there's a way to fix that or handle that somehow. Okay, the biggest hurdle is to get rid of windows, the fact that items have quality. That's a core part of the game. Yeah, you can't get rid of the windows. That's definitely part of the game. I saw a video for an enterprise headset, cost like 7,000, holy. That apparently is good enough to just replace monitors. Guys testing it saying that it's hard to discern reality from the VR XR. Wow. Wow. Okay, so that kind of like gives you hope that that kind of technology is coming in the future. So future consumer ones might get cool in 5 years. Yeah. Right. There's definitely a future in this space. And you knew, like, it's so clear that there was going to be a future in this space when Facebook got into it. You know, like, these big companies are pushing for this stuff to happen. So yeah, that's really exciting that it's going to get to that point at some place, you know, down the line. I mean, the current round of VR headsets, specifically the Oculus, I know that a lot of people are against Facebook, but the price point is there, right? Like, it's gotten to a place where the price is, it's still like an expensive piece of equipment, but it's within the realm of, let's say, Christmas present. You know, a grandparent getting a Christmas present for a grandchild, sort of like, it's now in that affordability range sort of thing. So it's like, it's not in the thousands of dollars anymore. It's in the hundreds of dollars. And in fact, it's even in the low hundreds of dollars now. Yeah, you think my character's dying from the head wound? I don't think so. It's possible. It's possible that it has gone up, actually. You're right. But yeah, it's hard to say. I'll have to keep an eye on it. So it said, what did it say? 59.57. So once it gets to 60, I'll start worrying. But on the bright side, I've gotten half a point in channeling already. That's nice. I mean, it's not inconceivable. Just think how phones evolved from 2cm display bricks to having more CPU and RAM than the potato laptop Wurmians go around. Yeah, totally. I mean, things are moving. So it's not like, I don't want to say it's like a terrible idea for Wurm to get into the VR thing. It actually has, the idea has some merit in that the VR community is growing. It might be still like on the beginning stages of it, right? Like, it's not fully permeated to everything yet, but it's like the community's growing. There's more and more headsets out there that people are using, and for Wurm to start development now, and then fast forward 3 years from now, let's say, there's going to be more headsets out there than ever before, and people looking for games that are VR compatible, and the fact that Wurm's on that list just adds the number of people that might be exposed to Wurm in a long-term sort of way. But see, the whole plan won't work if the experience in VR is not a good one, right? If experiencing Wurm in VR turns out to be not a very good experience, then it's not a good plan, obviously. It's going to backfire and hurt Wurm in the long run. So I guess it's just a matter of competence. And I don't say this in a demeaning way. I mean to say that if the Wurm team can pull this off, if they are able to do it, then it will be positive. So it just comes down to, can they do it? And nobody can say for sure yet. I know that people will have their opinions on whether or not they think that it can be done. But I'd rather give benefit of the doubt. I mean, they're going to do it anyway, regardless of how we all feel about it. And we all know that if it gets pulled off really, really well, then it will be really, really good for the game. Maybe not really, really good, but it'll be good for the game, positive for the game. So let's hope that they pull it off. You know, I was listening to this podcast. This is somewhat related, but unrelated. It's Lex Friedman. I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy. He's a AI developer, professor of computer science at MIT. He's a young guy. Might be similar in age to me. And he holds these podcasts called the Lex Friedman podcast. And I love listening to this guy. He interviews extremely brilliant people and asks them extremely brilliant questions and has really long-form conversations with them. And he was just recently talking to the guy who created NumPy and SciPy. These are all like Python extensions or libraries or... Anyway, they were talking about this very thing in development, where any change you do, there's always going to be people who don't like the change and who will speak up against the change and try to prevent you from going through with it. But from a development standpoint, you have to first know your principles, your philosophies, what you know is right. And then you got to go with that, despite the fact that people are going to be naysaying. Right? There's always going to be a subset of people that hate change in general. Exactly. Yeah, we're creatures of habit. Exactly. Right? So then the developer has to kind of know that that's happening, like that there's gonna be people who are upset, and just not let that phase them. But then on the other hand, they were saying, you know, from that people who are in the community kind of, if they knew that this was a thing as well, and they took that into account when making posts and suggestions, the community needs to know is that when you are positive about a change and you're communicating positivity and the best case scenario and you're giving the benefit of the doubt, that actually contributes to the momentum of the idea in a positive way. It contributes to pushing the idea in the positive direction. But negative comments and people who are, you know, will say things like this is the dumbest idea or that you'll never be able to do it, and giving out negativity can only serve to push the idea in the negative direction. Right? In the devs receiving this feedback are going to be either propelled forward or pushed backwards depending on and that's only like just there's nothing that you can do about it. No matter how optimistic and how like I'm going to stick to my guns and how well you've formulated your principles and your philosophy, any negative comment coming in is always going to cause a little bit of doubt or a little bit of like negativity in your momentum. And every positive comment is always going to help push yourself in a positive direction, even if it's at a subconscious level. So like us as players and consumers of a game that we love, we should just know that that's happening and that we should try our best to be as positive as we can or as supportive as we can in our comments towards the devs, because then that can only serve to push things in the positive direction, even if it's a slight positivity, right? Anyway, that was all part of that conversation that I was listening to with like Lex Fridman, and they were mostly referring to the projects that gentleman who was working on. He also made Anaconda. I don't even know what Anaconda is, but it's some kind of thing that either it's a library or some kind of thing for Python. Fat Python. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the consumer should give constructive criticism and the dev should be strong enough only to consider the tweaks that would not change or water down the core functionality of its innovation. Yeah, from the dev's perspective, there does seem to be a requirement that there's a thickness to their skin. Yeah, they have to have thick skin a little bit. And that's sometimes hard. Not everybody's the same, so it's kind of hard, but it's the way it is. So I'll remain hopeful for all these things. 700 of these ropes I've gotten to. 700 the 85 quality ropes. That's a good amount of favor there. Let's see. How much favor is that? So let's see. Let's take like let's take 10 of these and combine them. So 10 ropes. The get price is 189. So each rope is 18.9. Favor. 18.9 favor is each rope, and then we multiply that by how many ropes I have, which is 716 ropes. So right in that bin there, I got 13,500 favor. Hey Bunloose, how's it going? Yeah, but ideas and willingness have never been Wurm's problem. The manpower is probably will be until Sims buy it. Yeah, it is possible. Let's see, 59.57 still. Speaking of bad dev ideas, how would you all change combat at Wurm to make it still feel like Wurm, but not be terrible? Right. Yeah. I'll be honest, okay? So I would say that combat in Wurm has always been and always will be, well, maybe not always will be, but always has been not a central feature of the game. For me particularly, and I think for a lot of people. And so I've never had the problem of Wurm combat where I think to myself, I don't want to play the game because the combat sucks, or the combat is the thing that's causing me problems. Like even the old combat, like I never had the thought that it needs to be improved. Now, obviously I've had the thought where I imagine the ideal world in which this game has the best combat system I could possibly imagine, and wouldn't it be great if we could all like, you know, move the mouse, and every time I move the mouse a little bit, it moves my hand a little bit, and I would swing my sword by like directing the direction that the sword comes, and then to block I have to actually physically like I'm imagining like the most perfect VR combat there ever possibly was in any game, you know? And obviously that's never gonna happen. But wouldn't it be great if? So one improvement, and this is honestly, I don't even know if it's an improvement, but I'm thinking like similar to how traditional MMOs have combat. So something more similar to how World of Warcraft is, let's say, for example. And I know that it's almost like a lot. Some of these things kind of got put in with the special moves. But I think like expanding on that would do a lot in helping the combat. So what I mean to say is like make it so that auto swings do very little damage, like very little, in comparison to special moves. So like in the realm of 20%. So auto attacks do 20% of the damage compared to special moves. Okay, currently it's like more like auto attacks do like 90% or 80% of what a special move does. But like tone that down, like make auto swings do very little damage. And make the special moves more common. So like currently you might have to wait 30 seconds or 20 seconds for the next, like get rid of that countdown. Make it so I can press a button, I special move, okay? When that special move's done, I can press another one, special move again. Like I can special move and choose when that's going to happen. You know, make it, well, and Farron has a good point here on this topic too that we've discussed before in the past. But I really think that making it so that the damage dealt moves are more controlled by the character. Like I can choose what move I'm going to do when, which would require getting rid of the action timer for special moves. So currently I press the special move and then there's like a 5-second timer and then the special move happens and that can all be interrupted. Like just get rid of all that. Make it so that I press the special move and that makes the special move happen and then have a cooldown before I can do the next special move. Okay, so that immediately changes it to feeling like the character has more, you have more control over the character. I get to choose when the thing happens. I'm then going to have to wait until I can do the next thing that the character does. Okay, let's hear some of the things that you guys are saying. So Sergeant Scully, you said, for beginners, the combat is not intuitive. It's hard to figure out what is even happening even when reading the combat window. Totally. Yeah, unless you kind of like already like know how it's working, it's hard to figure out what's going on. And you're forced to read this combat window. And now they have the text written up here, but it's still, you're reading a lot of text. Also, combat happens so fast that it's difficult to react. For example, if troll targets your right parts, wham. Right, exactly. Yeah, like you don't have the time to switch. Like, again, if they made the thing where there isn't a timer, an action timer for switching. Like, if I switch to the right and it's like instantly switch to the right, that will make that better. But now I press switch to the right and it's like timer before I switch to the right. I feel like combat should be more I press a button and it happens sort of thing. Real-time combat would be a good baseline to have 2 to 3 moves per weapon used. Yeah. Okay. Now, I even though Farron's saying you don't need mechanic changes, I feel like those mechanic changes will actually make the combat feel better. But I also agree that more progression needs to be added. Like a lot more progression. Right? It should feel like you want to get those weapon skills up. And currently, you do kind of feel that, but like maybe once it's at 60 or something like that, it doesn't feel like there's much reason to get it to 70 or 80 or 90 or into the 90s. Like the difference in my ability to kill stuff between a weapon skill of 60 and a weapon skill of 90 is minimal at best. Add more progression in the form of abilities. through the skill of the weapon. This way, it will feel like I'm working towards something at all times. The way it works now is like you get to a certain point and now you have enough special moves that another special move, a different special move is not going to make much of a difference. In fact, I only use the low special moves because the high ones don't do much better and they take a lot longer to refresh. Like, I think Cold Clouds is a 10 seconds and it's like the tier 1. And I'll just use Cold Clouds and it actually does something. And then I get Eye Socket, which is a tier 3 special move that takes 30 seconds to refresh, but I've never noticed it do that much more than Cold Clouds does. Like, it's just marginally better. It's not 3 times better like the timer would suggest. It's like I can do 3 Cold Clouds in the same time it takes me to do 1 Eye Socket. And the Eye Socket is only slightly better than 1 Cold Clouds. It doesn't make sense to do Eye Socket then, right? Like, why? Oh, I realize I haven't been scrolling down here, so I have to read a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, real-time combat would be good. Okay, so Kementari, how's it going? Maybe have special moves cost more stamina and make auto attacks regen stamina, but do way less damage. Okay, auto attacks regenning stamina? That's a really cool idea. I do feel like special moves actually cost decent amount of stamina, in that in a single fight I can get maybe 3 or 4 special moves off before my stamina's gone. But yeah, like having a way to get back that stamina in combat, so like you're constantly trying to like manage stamina during a fight, that would be cool. All of this is almost exactly what I've written down for a mod. Interesting. Oh, you're making a mod for Wurm Unlimited. Very cool. With one change, visible edible action cues keep the timers and target windows show the enemy's current action. Okay, interesting. Very cool. Buddha also cool touch would be if you can have a PvP keybind and combat keybind on the same key. You have to dig on X, for instance. Once you get in combat, you can shield bash on X. Okay. It's like having keybind specific for combat. I'm like wondering if there's like a situation in which that could mess up things. Like, you know how like sometimes you're in combat because there's a target up here, but like you're so far away from the target that, and then that might prevent, like, I could just see like that accidentally, and then you're like, oh crap, I have to like unclick this before I can actually do the other thing that I wanted to do. I don't know if that will help, but maybe. Unfortunately, got to run. Okay, Sergeant Scully. See you later. It would be cool to see shield spikes that you can add to your shields, making your shields bash do more damage. That would be cool. So more like progression in that respect. I mean, shield bash already on its own probably could use some tuning. You like snakebite with the snaff and it's efficient. Rat attack tack with piercing. Yeah, I like snakebite as well. When I'm targeting low, I'll use snakebite. Or is it lowrider that I use? I can't remember. Anyway. But I'll honestly tell you the truth about this is that I don't feel there's much of a difference or variability between the special moves. Right? Like, sure, some special moves do a stun, and some of them do a quote-unquote little bit of everything, whatever that means. But all of them seem to do a little bit of damage, and it's hard to tell for sure. Let's see, did this get... Okay, so I feel like the wound is good. Like 59.57 is where it's sticking. So hopefully it stays that way. You haven't played since they got changed, but always felt meh to me. Yeah, like since the combat update, my feeling is that the update really didn't do all that much. It really didn't do all that much. To change the way the combat feels overall. There's like a slight change in the fact that you are now looking at which direction the mob is attacking and trying to adjust. Whoops, I don't want to do that. What did I do there? Ugh. Let me just fix that up. Okay. I thought I had just did that. Okay. So yeah, there's the blocking like defending directions. That is kind of something that's nice that you have to do something. I am finding that I am always in most fights trying to get to a special move. Because they do, like when you press the special move and the timer's going, right? If you were going to swing during that time frame, it's like when the timer finishes, it feels like you get that auto attack swing plus the special move. So it feels like you just can chunk away a ton of damage all in one shot. So I'm constantly trying to get to that point where I'm able to do a special move. When I'm fighting trolls or rifts, I'm constantly trying to struggle keeping my focus up, but that, I guess, was always something. But yeah, that's about it. There's not really much else. Aside from those things, it feels identical to the way it was before. What is the wound value? Seems the same red screen to me. Yeah, the wound. Yeah, Budo just scared me saying that he thinks I'm going to die because of the wound, but I think... Whoops. I think it's going to stick at that spot. 59.57, yeah. That is kind of what I was thinking with the enemy actions being visible seppuku. If you can see they're doing a big ability, you do a dodge block ability to lower the next damage taken or something, yeah. But see, I feel like that will feel better if there's no action timer, but rather a cooldown timer. Like the combat will feel more responsive. Like I'm actually doing the thing if when I press the button, the action occurs and then there's a cooldown before I can do it again. So I see the monsters doing something, so I press a button and immediately I react to it. As opposed to pressing the button and watching the action timer and I hope the action timer will finish before the mob actually lands that attack. Like it feels like I'm waiting for the game to hopefully do it for me, as opposed to me doing it in time. Yeah, that would be awesome, because then player input would matter, but for that to work, we need combat windows removed and have a ping combat. Oh, well, okay, so there is that problem. You're never going to get around the fact that we have high ping times, especially in some places in this world. The servers are in a central location, and everybody's trying to connect to them. Although, with the change of the server hosts, are the servers still located in, is it Sweden? Are the servers still out there, or in Germany, or wherever, somewhere? Because I know that they went with, did they end up going with AWS? Sweden, yeah. Did they end up going with AWS for the hosting of the servers? Keeping timers nullifies ping issues, right? Maybe it could be shorter timers then, like 1 second. Where, I mean, if your ping is greater than 1 second, you're not, like, you're in a bad spot already anyway. But like if you make the timer like 1 second, so I press it and it's like smash type thing. Like I just feel like it'll be more, it'll feel like I'm more connected to the actions that are occurring. Like it's my physical button press is making the thing happen, as opposed to my button press is making the action timer go up, and it's the action timer that's making the thing happen. But I don't want to understate the comment that Feyran made. In addition to all of the mechanics of the combat, I really think the progression of combat is something that didn't even get touched, really. It didn't even get addressed at all in the previous update, and is something that majorly needs addressing. So like having purpose to getting that skill, that your skills up, and unlocking things as you progress all the way up, you know, so that there's a reason that I feel to get my staff skill up to 90 or above, and fight skill up to 90 or above, that there's more stuff to get. Like once I get to 90, I will get this new ability that does this thing that would be really helpful if I was at that point. Obviously, you can't make it too overpowered, but you want to make it helpful or useful in combat. I've always felt like stuns in this game. This is one area also that is a problem, that stuns last too short, considering the length of time it takes between things that happen in combat, right? Like, for example, if it's a 10-second stun, I don't even think there's anything in the game that will stun you for 10 seconds. But even a 10-second stun is short, considering that during that time, with a staff, you're only really getting 2 swings in and maybe 1 ability. Or another way of looking at it is that stunning them for 10 seconds might make it so they hit you 1 time less, or they swing 1 time less. So like, sure, I'm not saying there's no place for a 10-second stun, but I almost feel like a 10-second stun is like a minimal advantage. And that there should be tiers of like higher level stuns, especially like for things like trolls and stuff. You think most stuns are under 3 seconds, they're more of an interrupt, right? And then, and the way that the game is programmed right now, or how it works, is like you can't really plan an interrupt. In order to plan an interrupt, there needs to be a couple things. One, you need to be able to see that the opponent is starting something. And then you need to be able to react so that you can press your interrupt thing so that it lands before the ability strikes. Okay, and I don't think that is there in this game. Like, sure, you can see that the mob is about to do something, but then the time it takes to do the action that interrupts the thing, you're never making it, like ever. Stun should be a higher chance to hit, or 15% more damage for a hit under stun. Yeah. Like there should be more stuff with stuns, and I almost feel like a short stun should be 10 seconds. Like that should be like a short, maybe 8 seconds or 10 seconds, something like this, where like that's a short one, and then a longer stun could be like 15 seconds or 17 seconds, up to a 20-second stun, let's say, if it's like a perfect stun. Whereas like interrupts could be something completely separate, right? Like you can have a whole other set of things that are interrupts that are more instant. Like I press the button and it interrupts. So I see them casting something and I can go and it stops them from casting. More mobs that cast would be also really nice to see. Like really, we only see that in rifts where mobs are casting. But having mobs casting, or doing abilities that have timers, and then add a whole set of things where I can interrupt. Maybe some weapons are designed specifically for interrupting. Some weapons are designed specifically for like, and have like the special abilities are surrounding a specific playstyle. So it differentiates the different weapons. Make weapon swapping a thing, so you can swap weapons in the middle of things so that you can bring off that interrupt that you know is coming and then switch back. And I mean, like this is all stuff that you see in New World is happening. Weapon swapping is happening in New World. And this seems like it adds another element of the gameplay that is more interactive. Whoops, I'm sort of sitting here doing nothing. Yeah. But see, hand in hand with all these updates, you're also going to need to revamp the way mobs do combat, which they didn't touch at all, I felt. Like it was very little. I know that Buddha, you were adding stuff like a few things. I've seen Hell Horses pull off some crazy stuff and Lava Fiends do these sorts of things, but like expanding on that where each mob has different things that they do, and those things make the combat more immersive, more interactable. Right? Like, in order to make interrupts relevant, you need things to interrupt. So yeah, all of that stuff. I really felt like I remember at the beginning when we first heard combat's getting an overhaul, all the things that were going around in our mind included a total revamp of all the mobs and their behavior during combat. We had really thought that that was going to be addressed. Yeah, Rift beasts can cast fireballs, yeah. And I've seen Rift mobs do spells. I haven't seen Rift beasts doing fireballs, though. But there are spells that are really dangerous that you have to avoid. But currently, there's no good way of anticipating them in time to interrupt them. And so the only thing you can do now is notice that you're getting hit by this AoE spell and move out of its range. They need to be much more visible in World 2 instead of just the combat window. Yeah. The one I'm thinking about is actually relatively visible. It's like the one where the flame is coming out of the ogre. And if you're next to the ogre, you're getting hit for a lot of damage. It's just that you don't get any heads up that it's going to happen. All you get is you're getting hit and now you got to move. And if you don't move in time, you're going to lose a lot of health. And so you're like struggling to get out of the way. But if there was more anticipation that it's actually going to happen, so I see that the mob's casting the thing, I have ability to maybe interrupt it, maybe that might fail, and then if it does happen, I already know, like, okay, it's going to happen, so I can get out of the way preemptively, so I don't get hit at all. You have to be next to it because melee is the only way to kill it. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But that's part of it. Right, like you have to sacrifice hitting him. Like you have to get out of the way while not hitting him or her or whatever it, and quickly get back to hitting it after the spell is done. I don't know. Just, I guess combat just needs to be more interactive in that way, where I can see stuff happening and respond to it in time if my reaction is quick enough, and that I can influence the events that are going to transpire by pressing different buttons, and that different things are going to do have different effects. And we need the ability to filter the combat event window to show only things we want. Yes, totally. That's a long overdue change. Actually, Ogre Mage became more harmless, sadly. We're compensated with more hit points. Bad move, in my opinion. Yeah. Filter to anything that has your name in it. Or what your target's doing. Yeah, you like have options, really. Is like be able to filter the things that you want to see. No more internal wounds. Yo, well, I mean, how do you heal an internal wound? I think it's farmer salve, yeah? Right, like, so, yeah. Expanding on these types of things, where people have to prepare farmer salve, for example, in anticipation that there's internal wounds, that would be good. Players should heal internal wounds, yeah. Prayer should heal, well, maybe. But have some mechanism like this where, because I know internal wounds you can't heal with cotton. I'm going to have to take a quick break just to go to the bathroom. I'll be back. So let me just finish this cast. I'll turn off my sleep bonus. And I realized, whoops, that my if I had to guess, my beverages have gone out. But I'll go check that in a second. So I'll be right back. Just give me a minute or two. All right. 14 minutes of sleep bonus left. I'm ready for the Rite of Spring on Cadence. Totally. That reminds me. I should probably turn sleep bonus on Griffith as well. I mean, time's moving. And we're getting close on Xander. Whoa. Xander's at 37 minutes. And I'd say I got a decent amount of channeling today. This is doing really well. I mean, considering where my skill is, getting 0.63 channeling in a sitting. And like, we've been streaming for 3 hours, but we haven't been channeling for 3 hours. Because we did all the farming first. We harvested all the crops. We replanted all the crops. And that was on both fields too. And then we started channel grinding. Should have kept track of when I started. What's the damage? I'm gonna have to mend my rope tool in a second too. Maybe I'll just do that right now. Let's just wait for that last rope to create. I'm just gonna back up a little bit, make sure it drops in front of me somewhere, and then mend. Right, hold on 1 second. Must be the head wound. But just your comment about the head wound made me think this mend isn't gonna work very well. Okay, whatever. Let's just see what happens. I don't know how mend works. Like, does it do a better job with a better power of the cast? And I know there's a chance to fail the mend, but is it like when the mend succeeds, is it like the same effect no matter what? Or if you have a low cast, it does more. It's a flat success, if you recall. Okay, so let's see what quality it ended up. 89, yeah. Doesn't feel that bad, so. I mean, I got 7 damage there, and it was at 89 point something before. Like it was close to 90, but it was like 89.7 or something before. I should have looked at it closer, but it was in the high 89s, and now it's in the low 89s after getting rid of 7 damage. So that probably better than if I were to actually like physically repair it with my skill. It's straight up every 10 damage equals 1 quality, up to 20 damage a cast. Okay. That's good to know. So when I'm in these modes where I have this neck wound, I don't have to worry about Mend screwing it up. Okay, and God, I should have brought over some food, you know, to eat while I was here. I do have a magic chest. I can just drop something to keep my... How did I get my head wound? I used Griffith over here to whack him in the head with his staff. You need a battery for the sacking, don't you? You do if you want to do this optimally, but this is what I've been doing. Because if you sack... Let's see. Prices, get price. This is 49 favor. If you sack less than 49 favor, or less than 50 favor, it will not heal you. So I've been sacking less than 50 favor. And I do it twice, just so that like the first one brings me up to part way, and then the rest will bring me up to maximum plus a tiny bit in my oversack. And then I'll drain, and then I'll do that over and over again. I know that it's definitely not as efficient as if I had a alt sacking for me. I just don't have an alt to sack for me. And at the beginning of the stream, I did mention that I did contemplate I contemplated what's it called? Turning Griffith into a priest temporarily, just for this like session here. But I ended up deciding against it. Gonna stop visiting my horses during winter. The lack of snow on enchanted grass makes me die a little inside. Yeah. It would be nice to get that as a visual, but what can you do? It's not a priority. So while I was on break, I did grab a beer. I think it's beer time. It's almost 4 here. I truly love the taste of this beer. The enchantment repels the snow. Yeah, exactly. So if you want to come up with a way that justifies it for yourself, then you can just, yeah, it's enchanted, so maybe it's like it makes the ground warm or something and vibrant, and so the snow just cannot stay snow on it. Yeah. Okay, I'm not keeping this up. Gotta keep this up. I mean, it would be nice if I can get this character to 90 channeling before the imp along. Because at that point, I feel like I could like maybe contribute. I already probably can contribute to the casting. It's just, you know, there's enough people out there with 90 channeling nowadays. So love beats no. Thanks, Wurm. Yep. And maybe if I keep up this rope making, I could also bring some ropes to contribute to the Impelong. I mean, honestly, the amount, I know it feels like a lot. I got like, you know, just in this bin alone, there's 13,000 favor, or probably more now. But you can get through 13,000 favor really fast. like really fast. 13,000 favor is like maybe a half hour of casting. Like you'll be done, all of it. And for an event that has multiple priests, and they're all casting for multiple hours each day, and it's going for multiple days, I would venture to say that 1,000,000 favor is probably not far off of what we might need for that event. Stone cutting's good. You know, fine carpentry would also be good. There are some fine carpenters out there, but it's also one of those ones where there's very few. But stone cutting is far fewer, I would say. But I think there's a reason, and that's because there's not many things that people need that are stone cutting. Right, I know. Yeah, you have the fine carpentry, so like there's a lot of things people want that are fine carpentry. I mean, in terms of tools wise, I guess it's just the rope tool, but there's other things, you know, that might go in a fine carpentry bin that people want to get to 70 quality or something. Like I'm thinking of using this rope tool, like, you know, until it's, you know, in the 70s, you know, and then seeing if I can get a fine carpenter at the Impelong to imp it up. And I know that like up to 70 is where most improvement happens at Impelongs, but I was thinking, you know, hiring somebody. I've been sending my rope tool off to Motec, and he's been doing the imping for me, and it's been really handy. His prices are reasonable, and considering that rope tools really like they drop in quality so quickly, considering the amount that I'm, you know, how much WEMP I'm using. I inherited this WEMP from Antierg. Antierg had, see, we were going back and forth with this debate, and he was going down the locks route. So he was making locks because he had a Magranon priest who got double favor from locks. And I was doing the rope making, and I had told him at the beginning that I would even recommend rope making for him as the mag priest because of a couple things. One, if you're going to go locks, you need a steady supply of iron. But iron veins are finite. So you can mine out an entire iron vein and then it's gone. And once you turn all of that into locks, you're going to need another iron vein. And you also kind of want higher-ish quality iron so that the locks come out at higher-ish quality. And so you're looking at like 80 plus quality veins and you're just mining them out for your locks. And you can go through. Like in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, you want to be doing tens of thousands at a time, maybe, you know? And since a vein only has so much iron in it, like tens of thousands at a time is not really that feasible when it comes to iron. Not to mention that cordage, well, I guess if you're a mag, comparatively, quality for quality, it's about the same. I know that as well, lock making, you can make higher quality locks compared to cordage at lower skill. So there's that. You use locks for your mag priest mostly because I want locksmithing up so I can make high quality locks. Yeah. So there's that. If locksmithing is something that you're already like working on, then it makes sense to double up that for sure. Good point. Only grindstone, mortar and pestrels and baking stones. True. You have troubles with Wem supply, but no, not on iron? Well, you can think about it from the perspective of somebody who's going out to buy all of the materials, let's say. Okay, so let's say I want to buy 30,000 80 plus quality iron versus I want to buy 30,000 80 plus quality Wemp. True, Exen, but once your vein pops, okay, so let's say you blow through the first vein, it has 5,000 in it. Vein's gone. Maybe you have 3 or 4 veins just ready to go. You get all of them, okay, completely gone. You turn them all into locks, okay. How are you gonna get the next 30,000? Okay, you're gonna have to then go branch out and find more iron, and you're looking for the high quality iron, right? Whereas with Wemp, it's like every week you're pulling in. You can make a farm large enough where every week you're pulling in 10,000, consistent every week. Yeah, but are all 20 of them 80 plus quality? Okay, now the other thing is that you're mining away. What percentage of the ore is 80 plus quality? Whereas when I'm farming, the percentage of 90 plus Wemp I'm getting is 100%. And I've gotten to the point where one tile is giving me like 14 Wemp if I'm using my high quality rake. If I have 1,000 tile farm, that's 14,000 Wemp in a week. And that will remain consistent 52 weeks of the year. So let's say I play this out. Every week I'm getting, let's just call it 10,000 Wemp. So I'm getting 10,000 Wemp every week. At the end of the year, I have 520,000 Wemp. Yeah, right. So since then, here it has it. Yeah, it's so Exen. You are right to a degree, right? So like, if you're looking in the realm of 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000, like this is where you're aiming. Iron will, and this is why Antir got first. Antir was like on that side. He's like, well, I mean, I have like 4 or 5 high quality veins. Like, I don't see why I would go with Wemp and rope making, because there's a lot more preparation for rope making for sure. You need tailoring skill, and then you need rope making skill. You'll need the farming skill and all that stuff like that. And if you're like, I already got the mining and locksmithing, I don't even really need that high locksmithing. And so he was going down that route. He probably made it through, I would have to say, 20,000 locks. Like, he was making locks like crazy. But then the iron veins started running out. And then it was like, okay, the last of his, like, I think he had an utmost vein that he was saving because his mining wasn't quite there yet. But all of his very good veins were gone now. And then it was like, okay, do I go look for more very good veins? But he realized after that point that like if he just switches to Wemp, what he could do is buy, and this is what he did. I can buy 30,000 Wemp from somebody. They'll deliver it right to my door. And all I need to do is spend my time working on Ropemaking. Right? And that's... I don't know if... So 99 mining, 0.91, and 94 farming. I don't know if that makes much of a difference because, as you can see, the ropes that I'm making don't end up at highest quality. And that will be consistent. So like even if you had 99 farming, getting 100 quality Wemp, the distribution is going to look very similar to this regardless. Oh, I'm wasting my sleep bonus again. It's one of these things, right? Rope making is, yeah, totally. It's one of these things where it takes a little bit, like it's you could go either way, right? You can go either way. You can go with mining and lockmaking, and you can go with ropes and rope making and Wemp. I just know that I can get far more favor quicker with ropes than with mining. Okay, and that's only because I did both to the highest levels. I did the exact same thing as you, Exin. Like, for the first 2 years of my priest, I was only doing mining and locks. My rationale at the time was, I already have the mining skill. And I already have a whole bunch of iron sitting around too. And it would be nice to have high locksmithing. So, oh no! Oh. So because I'm putting ropes into the bin, it's raising the quality so that it now was above 50. Oh well. You know what? Let's switch gears. Instead of grinding, we'll do some casting. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, let's do it. So 23 of these. Let's see how much of my high quality stuff. 435, good. Let's do some casting instead. Yeah, so I did the whole, but it really goes to show, it really, like I really was convinced to switch to rope making and to go through the effort of rope making when my veins started running out. That's really when it was. And I was now searching for other veins. And I know it took a while. It took like a couple years to get to that point where I'm like, oh, like I'm like using up all my high quality iron veins. And I remember leaving myself with one utmost vein because like that's what I'll use for my imping, but now I'm searching for iron veins. And then I'm like, well, instead of searching for the iron veins, what I could do instead is make a farm. That farm will always be there, and it is completely sustainable forever. And I'll never run out. And the quality of the output is always going to keep going up as my skill goes up. So yeah, I was convinced to switch at that point. 67. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna delete that and then try again. I have to switch. I'm gonna use the same hotkey for dispel as I did for opulence. Yeah, chopped veggies. Right. Don't even talk about chopped veggies here. I feel like chopped veggies got so nerfed to the ground that it is. How do I say it? It's like if you're planting to chop, like you're planting. Oh, COC, what did I do? If you're planting your fields to make veggies to chop, it's almost better to just plant Wemp to turn into ropes, even if your skill isn't that high. Because chopped veggies, even 100 quality chopped veggies, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but a 100 quality chopped veggie gives you 2.5 favor. But can you even store locks properly? Cordage being able to be stored in bulk storage is also a huge quality of life bonus that allows you to stack up favor when you feel like it and then cast when you feel like it. 100%. This is like one of the big things about cordage is that you can put them in bins. Makes a big difference for storing them. I remember my locks, I had like backpacks upon backpacks upon backpacks. Locks don't decay. True. But yeah. Right, like, here, take these 10,000 locks and store them. Go. All right, 10,000 locks. I'm going to need 1,000 backpacks or whatever it is. 100 backpacks. Anyway, they need nerfing. Do you mean the cordage needs nerfing? Storage of locks is messy, true. Stacks of raft, backpacks, satchels, tedious, yes. You get 100 veggies from daily foraging versus 90 quality average. Right, but you still need to do the chop action, right? So it's like... There's the bit about like I already get this stuff, so I may as well use it. And that's totally, I totally understand it. Right, but 100 veggies, even at 100 quality chopped, is only 250 favor. Right? Like you're chopping 100 chop actions for 250 favor. Let me just see here. Clear. 250 favor divided by 18.9, because each of those high quality ropes, I only need 13 ropes. 13 ropes. If I pull out 13 of these and combine them and look at the get price on that, it's 245 favor right there in 13 ropes. Right? Like, I don't know. There's something like big up difference. I mean, I have 770 of them right here, just from, I think over the, that bin was empty 2 days ago. So I did rope making yesterday, and what you saw me do today gave me 770 of the highest quality, and then I got another 500 of the next bin, and 600 of the next bin, and 700 of the next bin. Yeah, it doesn't take me an hour though. Like just in these 22. Okay, let's see. In these 22 ropes, I got 2 of the high quality. Oh no, 3. I just got another one. And there's another one. Okay, so I got 4 right there. Now, granted, I put in work in order to get to the point where I can produce like these qualities, and I have a lot of space to go better, to get better. I have a lot of space to get better at this, but I mean, my rope making is only in the 70s, 75, which I know only in the 70s, but let's put 24 and sacrifice that. I think 24 will give me like 450. Yeah, 450 favor. Yeah, and the like, you know how I said a 100 quality veggie, 100 quality will give you 2.5 favor. I think one of my 40 gives me 3 favor. So one of these will give me maybe two and a bit. I don't know. I'd have to look to see, but it's like somewhere in that range. So one of these 40 will give me, and I get a lot of my ropes are above that, right? The average is 53 of this stack here that I'm making right now. We'll see what the average ends up being. It might be 50, might be something like that. But veggies, it's like you got 100 quality veggies and you're chopping away and you do 100 chop actions and you come out with 250 favor. If I did 100 rope making actions, I'm expecting 1,000 or more favor. So, and as Buddha said, they need nerfing. My guess is you're referring to the ropes, cordage ropes, but okay, so veggies is better for less time investments. Makes sense the time that you invest into ropes gives better long return. 100%. Oh, veggies need nerfing. Okay, veggies got nerfed. They used to be 5 favor for 100 quality chopped veggie. But when they were 5 favor, I still felt ropes were so much better than veggies. Like by a lot. Okay, guys, look at this. That's my highest cast so far. 106. That's my highest cast. Yeah, I know. You nerfed them. Yeah. I know. And cordage ropes got more than one buff that stacked with each other, like that compounded on each other. So the first buff was they became less difficult to make. So their difficulty used to be 60, and then the difficulty got lowered to 40. 40 difficulty is still like pretty high compared to a lot of things. But it really made it so that your average quality of ropes that come out just went up by a lot. Okay, so that was the first buff that really helped ropes. And then the second buff was that there was an increase in how much favor the rope would give. Okay, so not only are you now making higher quality ropes on average, now all of your ropes are giving you more favor than they used to. Before either of those two buffs, I felt like cordage ropes were in the superior situation already. So those two buffs just made it. Now the reason why I felt that way was because I already had a 90 plus rope maker that I had made before any of the changes to the favor happened. This was before chopped veggies were introduced as a possible way of making favor. My rope maker was already in the 90s, and I had a high quality rope tool that I had later imbued, so it made it even better. And then, like, I also had a pretty high farming, so I had the ability to chop veggies with a tune that had like near 100 cooking. So it was like getting 100 quality chopped veggies was not a problem. And I tried that for a bunch, and I'm like, this is giving me such small amounts of favor. And that was back when chopped veggies gave 5 favor per. Like, I felt like it took way longer to get the same amount of favor than it did to get the ropes to give me that favor. So chopped veggies were far and away the best, fastest option. If I recall, I wanted to nerf them more, but went with buffing the others to bring them in line instead. Yeah. Like, definitely if you didn't have a rope maker with high skill and a high quality rope tool, if you didn't have either of those two things, then the prospect of getting your rope making skill up there and, you know, investing in all that was daunting. It was a lot of upfront investment cost compared to chopped veggies, which were easy entry for a lot of people. But I really do feel like even before, with an optimal setup, ropes were still better. But you were right, like, it's like the long-term investment. Like, it does make sense that there was a long-term investment to make it to the point where it was better. Yeah, chopping takes good cooking skill. Yeah, true. So that only shifted the meta to cordage with super nerf instead of balance. Yeah, with a rare knife you get good boost. So from my perspective, I felt like chopped veggies didn't need the nerf that went from 5 favor to 2.5 favor. Or it didn't need that much of a nerf anyway. I still feel like at 5 favor per was still like a decent investment needed for that favor. Because you needed the cooking skill, you're right, and you needed the veggies, like you needed the farming skill to get that as well. But far and away, even at that point, cordage rope was far superior. You get so much more favor per time investment of making with cordage. It's like, it's not even close, the amount of favor you get for cordage per time investment. Like, if I sit here with this rope maker, 75 rope making, with the tools I have right now, and you have an equivalent person over there with a bin full of chopped veggies, or veggies ready to be chopped, and they have like high cooking skill, let's say, and a decent quality knife, and we start going, I guarantee you I will come out with twice as much favor, even if the favor was 5 favor, or the chopped veggies were 5 favor per. So now I'll come out with more than 4 times as much favor, in my opinion. That's my prediction. So didn't chopping not used to change the quality? So 100 quality veggies would just be 100 quality chopped? No, there's like chopping always raised the quality if your cooking skill was good, but only by like a couple. So like if it was like a 60 quality veggie and you chopped it, it might come out at 63 or something like this if your cooking was good. You make 78 quality, 100 chop. Hold on, I'm trying to. 78 quality, 100 chop from 100 quality. 95. Okay, so you're saying like with a rare knife and like it makes the quality go up. Yeah. Yeah, high cooking skill gives you about 10 quality boost. Right, if you have really high cooking, you need really high cooking for that. If the nerf wasn't flat 50%, that would make it more in line of a balance. Yeah, I do feel like the 50% nerf was harsh. That was harsh. And if I was one of those who were relying on chopped veggies, I would have probably felt that. It's like you need double now the amount to get the same amount of favor. That's it was like easy favor, but it was still some stuff that needed to be done. Quality goes up even with a non-rare knife. And as said, I have the veggies anyway, and for my farm garlic daily. Yeah. Right. It's like if you have the veggies already sitting in a bin somewhere, it does make sense that just chop them. It's just know that it's a lot of chopped veggies for not that much favor. So like at the beginning of this server, because I came into the new server launch knowing all of the everything about cordage ropes and the different favor mechanisms and everything. Like I early on made the decision, I'm going to make ropes. I'm going to work on cloth tailoring as my first step. Then I'm going to work on rope making as my second step. I'm going to work on farming as a third step. Like I'm just going to do those 3 things. My first goal was get all those skills to 50. So farming, rope making, cloth tailoring, get all those to 50. And those are my first 50 skills. And that took about a week. After the first week or so, or maybe 2 weeks, I had 50 in cloth tailoring and rope making. Farming took a little bit longer. Let's see, how much is this? Sure. Yeah, it wasn't the original issue with chopped veggies one of the player gods. One of the player gods had double favor from it and had all the good spells. Is that what it was? It's possible. Right, because like is it was it like wait a minute. But why? You need a low quality shoe for sweet spot blacksmithing in the far future. Huh. Sure, I guess. It does seem like a good trade on my end. Okay, so that's why it was nerfed hard. Okay, that makes sense. That like that god had double favor from chopped veggies. Veggies still cost a lot more production compared to cordage. Okay, so I see your text now. Now that I'm trying to get back and read everything. 90 farming, yeah. My cooking is only 69.8, so not impressive. Okay, I'll come over. I'll do that now. I'll take that 107. Yeah. And open. I'll just put this in here. It's coming from Xander. Force. Let me just double check the spelling. Force to score like that. Just to be sure, I'm just going to copy the name. There you go. So mindset. My mailbox is going to be a little bit slower than your mailbox. I'm sorry about that. It might take like 20 minutes or so. Oh, and it's going to be coming from on this character. So let me just finish this round and then I'll bring him over. And let me try my best to catch up here because lots of stuff is being said here. Yeah, like was it Najo that had double favor from it? Harvesting 20 went per tile is a thing, and good rope making could turn per tile yield into a lot more favor. Yeah. And like 20 went per tile might be like on the top end of everything. Yeah, I caught it. Yeah, thanks. Like it's not uncommon to be getting 13, 14, right? As Exon is saying. Okay, so I can use the 90 quality horseshoe to sweet spot if I want to go extra hard on blacksmithing. That's a good point. And the tin vin ruin, that increases the amount of imping, right? So that makes sense. And if it's 90 quality and that I can get it up into my sweet spot range, okay, I'll try that because I I do want to be a believer in sweet spot imping being better. I just haven't seen it been that much better. My last attempt at tracking sweet spot imping compared to regular is that it gave me about 20% more skill per time invested. Yeah, but I didn't do all the things that I could have been doing. Like, I know I could imbue my tools, and that will make it stay in the sweet spot better. I could also use these runes and on a horseshoe with my title. You know, like don't imbue. Oh, don't imbue. Interesting. How come? Doesn't imbuing make it so that you higher like faster as well? Yeah, Najo had 2 times. Same with Libela. Yeah, Libela was where it originally came from for the chopped alchemy things. So and it was Najo. Yeah, Najo got that. Then we nerfed it and made it viable for all gods. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Your current mag used to be Najo. He was OP. I know. Najo was OP for sure. Yeah, he was. I miss him but it made sense to stop the OP. I know. It does make sense to stop it. It was like yeah. I would say if my farming was higher, like it's 90 now, but if it was like higher, it wouldn't be unreasonable to get 15 plus yield per tile commonly. So, you know, I don't have 1,000 tiles, but if I was like serious about this, like if this was my main focus, let's say my main focus is to produce as much favor as I can, even if it's like to sell, right? Like let's say I'm a favor maker to sell favor to people. So if I were to go down that line and go hard, I would like look to make a 1,000 tile farm, probably as a starting point. Even if I don't get to raking it all, I could just plant it all and then come back 5 to 6 days later and just harvest it all and probably get 8 to 10 yield each without doing any raking with high farming skill. Okay, so imbuing pushes the sweet spot as well. Interesting. One method some people use is imbuing one single tool, which does make sweet spot imping better since the other 4 tools stays in the sweet spot almost 100% of the time due to the single imbued tool. Ah, interesting. Okay. You have 64 garlic tiles and 14 wemp tiles and 8 wemp planters. Garlic tiles make 80 to 90% of my daily farming progress. Yeah. Yeah. So honestly, like if I was like with this setup here, if I was thinking, let's just do it, favor making 100%, it would be making a massive farm of Wemp and then just having Griffith on this task of doing what I'm doing right now just consistently. In fact, I probably would even spend a little bit of time improving my rope making skill by, imping up some of those things. Okay, let me do the things. Let me just make sure I'm not going to lose my favor here. I'm going to check. Okay, so we got all the locks from before, which I'll use in the horseshoe. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so the ruin increases the chance of increasing rarity when improved. Okay, so it's that kind of ruin. So yeah. All right, so I can use that to try to sweet spot imp more. Actually, you know what? Let's get some food while I'm mobile. I do have my rope tool ruin. So the ruin I put on my rope tool is the one that reduces the damage taken by 10%. Because that's the main issue with rope tools, is they take so much damage. Let's just make sure that that's enough rope making. Nope. Let's just eat this for a little bit, and then I'll refresh to cap everything. I need to make a rope making pizza. All these pizzas are my old pizzas when my hot food cooking was really low, and they're super old pizzas, right? They were made like, some of them were probably made a year ago, and then I started filling this second shelf with like the new pizzas. So these are like in the high 50s. Some of them low 50s, but some of them high 50s. Those ones are far better. Not as good as yours, Sinsen, but get a Glim Lib. Let me see what does Glim Lib do. But probably increase the amount that it improves by. That's my guess, but let's see. Ruin. But I know you, like you're probably thinking, like, if you can imp that, you'll probably put a tin vin on there and imp it all the way up and hope that it goes rare, right? And I'd be okay. I'm okay with this trade-off. I have so much less time these days that having it automatically imp to 90 is like. So wait, hold on. Glimmer. And lib is this one. Oh, yeah. On the rope tool. Yes. I did consider that. I do have glimmer, and I did consider that as a possibility. And it would make it so that I can make more. And you know, if my fine carpentry was like in the mid 90s, so if my fine carpentry was in the 90s, I'm just gonna put this here for now. I would have probably done that, but because I am relying on somebody else to improve my rope tool, I have to pay for that. For now, it's better for me to just have the one that reduces the damage so that the rope tool can take me farther per imp. Once I can improve my own rope tools into the 90s, then that won't be as much of an issue. And at that point, I might consider putting that Glim Lib one on there. Yeah. So Steel Vin, that's the one that I put on, I think, right? How come I can't examine from there? What did I put on? I keep forgetting. Yeah, Steel Vin, yeah. For me at this point, that's what makes sense. But I did consider the Glim Lib one. And I have the Glimmer Steel to do it. $87 repairing, holy crow. You're currently grinding repair since I get more or less all my tools imped from another source. Saves money and less reimps. Yes. Yeah, and I think Mend does a pretty good job, right? Like, doesn't Mend, like you were saying, 10 damage for 1 quality, straight up. So how much is it for like 10 damage at, let's say, 90 repairing or whatever? Like, how much quality do you lose at that point? I just don't know. My repair skill is pretty high on my old character. It might have been 80. More likely in the 70s. But I never really like. So mend is way better on high repair difficulty stuff. Okay. Right. So I've just been using mend. I feel like it's good. Let's see. Can I? I'm at 49.91. Just a couple more ticks there. I'll just wait. Mend seems to ignore items difficulty. Yeah, like Drake Hide and whatnot. Yeah, Mend is way better on high repair difficulty stuff, like Drake Hide. Okay, let's try to cast on this one. Yeah. And I don't know where rope tools land on the difficulty of repair, but my repair skill on this guy is so low that it's just best to mend it. Yeah, NARS. Just failed to cast, it looks like. What was it? Deep worrying sound. Repair difficulty is creation difficulty. Rope tools can be created at fairly low fighting carpentry, so it's fairly low. Okay. All right, and I was gonna refresh, and then we'll just turn this on. I need to bleed it because we're all getting full sleep bonus later. By the way, how much does channeling of the mag is important for men? Not at all or somewhat. So it seems like, based on what people were saying earlier, it's actually not at all. Um, I mean, there's a certain level at which you need in order to actually have it not fail the cast. But if you succeed, it seems like it's like it does the same thing no matter what the power was. So it doesn't. You just need enough to be able to cast it, and then that's it. That's enough. And a failure doesn't seem to do any negativity either. So you can just like cast over and over and over again until it succeeds. It's just 30 favor 30 favor to cast it. So every failure might take some. Yeah, I was a little bit worried about that. Like I was worried that if I was injured because I had that wound, that if I tried to mend it, that it might take off a lot more quality, but it doesn't seem to have done so. $68. I think I'll keep anything that's above 70. 68's on the cusp. I also have some saddles over here that I can cast on. They should probably cast on. 67. Shatters. All right. So like there's the wide range. I can get a 106 cast, and I can shatter just as good as the rest of them. Let's move some of these windows here. Might switch to. Let's get a few more horseshoes and then I'll switch to the saddles. I still have a whole bunch of horseshoes to imp, but I did imp a whole lot of them. And I put them on my merchant. So if you missed it before, I was mentioning earlier that the horse market is now open. So Cats has gotten enough 4-speed horses to warrant starting to sell them. And so she reopened the horse market on Thursday, I think it was. So you can now come and just, it's self-serve. She decided not to go with your design of the horse market since then, like where there's no pens. And the reason was because foals can't be hitched. And that the majority of the horses she's selling are foals. Or at least go into the pen when they're foals, and maybe by the time they get purchased. But I think once they pass mature, she just kills them and refills the pens, because there's so many. She gets so many horses that it doesn't make sense to keep them into aged, let's say, or adolescent, because by the time that it's adolescent, there's another foal ready to be sold that can fill that pen and reach the cap. So I kind of wish that, I feel as though, and I don't know why it's not the case. Why can't you hitch foals to a hitching post? Like, why not? That almost seems like something like an oversight, you know? And it's probably like a piece of the code that makes it so that you can't hitch foals to a cart to pull it, which makes sense. But I feel like a foal should be able to be hitched to a hitching post. Right? Like, why not? Why can't you age a creature? You can lower its age, but nothing makes it older. Oh, well. You know what makes it older is just time. You can wait and it will become older on its own. I also don't see a reason why you would want it to be older. Oh, I see it. Like if it's a foal and you want it to be rideable right now. Yeah. So if you use the title for Sweet Spot on the horseshoe to get you, let's say, 80% ticks within the sweet spot, and let's say 40% skill tick frequency due to approximately 90 quality tools, that'll be 44% skill gain increase over regular imping, which is quite a bit. Right. Like I was saying, like if I could get 50% increase doing sweet spot imping, that might be enough for me to say, okay, it's worth it. But a lot of the time I like just watching a YouTube video while every couple minutes or so coming back to Wurm and just queuing up my actions and then just going back to watching something, or you know. They have too much energy jumping around being crazy and silly, would not want to just stand there hitched when so young. I know. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a month to get the horses up. Although, like from the day that it's born to the day that it can be hitched, I think is less than a month. But yeah, it feels like, sometimes it feels like a month. Yeah. But like the way the cat was explaining it is that like most of the horses she sells are foals. Like most of them. Because people want to buy them as foals so that they can have like, they can have them from the beginning, you know? Like, so she tries to make it so that every horse out there is either a foal or just turned mature, or what's the next, not mature, adolescent, whatever the one after the foal is. I think once it becomes past, I think it's adolescent. So it goes from the foal, and then the first thing it does is go to adolescent and then to mature. So I think she said once it's mature, she like kills it and replaces it with another foal. And she tries her best to keep them all foals. So she couldn't do it with the hitching post idea because she wanted to have them as foals. Adolescent can be bred and used as a mount and hitch, but that one has 2 stages, I think. Okay. You sweet spot while watching vids. Works alright for me. Just gotta click more often. True. Like, I'm just. Maybe it's just because I'm getting old, but I'll constantly find myself like I'm get involved in something that's happening on the screen, and next thing I know, I realize I haven't been clicking for a little bit. Where if I queue up and it's like 2 minutes worth, and then if I haven't been looking for like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it doesn't feel like all that bad. You know, it's like 10-second downtime for 2 minutes of actions isn't as bad as 10-second downtime for every 8-second action. I don't know. Young foal, adolescent foal, young horse, adolescent horse. And it can be hitched at the adolescent horse stage or at the young horse stage. I can't remember. Like, at what point can it be hitched? At young horse? Like, right at the beginning of young horse it can be hitched, or does it like a couple days into the young horse? I can't remember. All okay. So right at the beginning of young horse. So then it must be. I can't remember exactly the words that described what stage, but I feel like it's like Katz was saying that once it passes the first stage of being the horse, she gets rid of them from the selling and she replaces it with a foal. At least that's what she's trying to do. She tries to keep all of them as foals. Because from her experience, she finds that people prefer to buy them at the foal stage. So she was trying to set it up with that, setup that you have there since then. But then she realized, like, oh crap, I can't hitch them as a foal, so it's not gonna quite work out. But then that made me feel like maybe that should be changed. Maybe that's like a suggestion that could be made, like allow foals to be hitched to hitching posts. I don't know. Seems like such a niche thing to want, though. And depending on how hard it is to make that happen. More power to the ropes. I love foals, but when buying a horse, I look at all the traits. I would even buy a good venerable. Okay, yeah, but Exon, if like all the horses are the same, so I think that she strives to just have horses that have the best traits. Like in the old days, it was simpler, right? Because before the update, you could say, well, if the horse had 5 speeds and spark, that's pretty much what you like. That's all you could really want. Maybe you might want one other trait, but let's say it had 5. All the horses in this area, like you can buy them all. Every single one has 5 speeds and spark. What she was finding was majority of people would just grab the foals over the older horses. I mean, you don't need spark. But let's say there was 2 horses side by side, both of them cost the same amount. One of them had just the 5 speeds and the other one had 5 speeds plus spark. Spark makes the horse last 50% longer before it dies. Like you would, if they were the same price, you would buy the one that had no spark. I don't see the downside of having Spark, and I only see the upside that Spark will make the horse stay alive longer. Okay. uh, but let's suppose you had 60 animal husbandry. This is again pre-patch, the pre the animal husbandry. If you have 60 animal husbandry, I feel like it was like it is in the breeder's interest to try to get Spark in there. Hey, Dreamt. Thanks for the host. And welcome on in, everybody, from Dremp's stream. My name is Griffith. This is Factional Fight, plays Wurm Online. Welcome on in. And Dreamt, did you end up playing Wurm, or were you playing something else? The old cloning system made that better choice. The old cloning system. And you have your horses cared for anyway. True. That does neglect the whole, like that does supersede the whole Spark thing. Like the way I was looking at it was from the breeder perspective, because I did breed a bunch of horses. There was a point in time where I was just breeding for ourselves, just to keep our stock up. And I wanted to make sure that Spark was in there. We would need, at that time, I was using horses on the wagons, so we would have like 4 horses there. We'd have a cart. That was another 2 horses, and then we had each our own individual horses. So it's 2 more horses. So at any given time, we want to kind of have 8 horses in use. And so I would have maybe 10 horses being in the breeding pens, and I would just keep pumping out horses and using them to replace the other ones. We couldn't care for them all, is my point. Like, I cared for the breeding with my animal husbandry character. I cared for the ones that were breeding, just to keep that process going the longest I possibly can. And then all the other ones would die off if they weren't cared for. Some of them were cared for. I think we cared for our individual horses and maybe one other. But it was nice having Spark on some of them. I guess I'm on a break for an undefined time. I do miss it though, especially when I see you play it. Yeah. You know, this game is definitely a break-worthy type game. It's okay to take breaks from Wurm, but it is one of those games that always kind of stays on your mind when you're on a break. I just bred because foals are so damn cute. I know for a fact I'm going to play it again, but just don't know when. Yeah, totally. Right now you're heavily into chilling in Roblox and surviving Diablo 2 Resurrection Hardcore. Nice. Okay, you got the shoe finally. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I know my mailbox is really slow. Am I picking up New World at all? This is like one of those like on the fence. I'm on the fence. It's like maybe I know I'll have fun with it. Like it looks like a game I would have fun with. I don't know. Is it gonna be okay? Here's my thought process. Okay, so 1, I'm back to work now, so I have much less time to play video games. If I do pick up New World, I'm almost guaranteed to go on a break on Wurm. Just because time, right? Like I come home from work, I have a couple hours maybe to sink time into a game here and there. And if I choose New World as the game, then that's the game I'm going to be playing. And I won't have any time for Wurm. And then on the other hand, is like, is New World the game? Like, is it the one that will be the game for the next, several years? If that is the case, if I do find that it is the game, that will almost certainly spell the demise of Wurm. And I want that game that is going to be the game to be worth it. You know what I mean? You're hoping for a solid 6 months from it, which is a lot for you. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so right, like yeah, and you. So I know Buddha, you played like this, like where you play like a little, like you'll sink into Worm for a little bit, but then you'll stop for a long time, and then you'll come back to Worm. I'm somewhat like that too. Um, I don't know. Thank you for sharing your thought process. I recently started work practice after being outside of work at almost society for 10 years and finding myself with less time. Yes, definitely work's got, you know, gets in the way, but at the same time is good. Like I really like being back at work. New World, play the game, do the Halloween event, and New World before and after it. Probably not. Yeah. MMORPGs is the genre where it's hard to find time to play more than one and still feel invested in the game. 100%. Like, I remember at the time that we found this game, we were actually quite heavily into Star Wars The Old Republic. Right? Like, we had started Star Wars The Old Republic about 3 or 4 months prior to finding this game. And in that 3 months, we got to the max level and started like the rating. And then we found this game, and literally, like on a dime, we stopped playing Star Wars The Old Republic. And it was like 100% invested into this game. Like we just couldn't do both. And the Diablo 2 Resurrection, yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's like once you see this other game, like next thing you know, it's like that's it. Um, those times at Rifts were horse grinders. I still have the Battle Horse Memorial at the shore of our lake where my boat tunnel ends. Interesting. It's just a new way to focus guilds and towns doing events around it. Which what is in New World, or it's just a new way to focus guilds in towns doing events around it. Okay, and Exon, you have an image. Ooh, very nice. Let's show that. That's what Exon shared with us. It's a little shrine, the horse memorial shrine for battle horses. I can relate. 24 hours in a day isn't enough. I know. Sometimes I wish I could just stop playing all MMO style games and play some of my backlog of other games. Yeah. Oops, what am I doing here? I'm trying to get to Griffith. And he's he's still okay. And it looks like I got some more mail, which I'll have to go look to see what that is. Yeah, there wasn't much. Yeah, totally. Well, that's also the other reason why we ended up not going back to it, because we got to the end content, and this was like in vanilla, right? Like right at the beginning. We get to the end. We do I think there might have been 3 different quote unquote raid dungeons or something like this. Or it might have been 2 top level dungeons and 1 raid. I can't remember. It's been so long. This was like literally in 2012, like in that era when it was out, when it first launched. I'm sure that's much different experience now, but I just remember getting to that top level, doing the top level things maybe once or twice each one, and then we found this game and we were like, nope. we're coming over here, and this is what we're going to be doing from now on. Completely stopped playing the other game. Yeah. 24 hours, not even enough for Worm. Hey, Puzzled Pulp. I don't even have time for a normal MMO RPG or any other game, so I usually have one mobile game which hits quite many itches for me. I've been in that boat as well. There's times where I'm like that. Just find a good. You know what usually does it for my, like, to scratch that itch is usually like an idle clicker of some kind. Usually gets me enough of that. progression feel. All right, since then, have a good night. You're very welcome. Cool to see that Wurm is still being played. Sadly, it's impossible to play for me in the way that I used to. Yeah, it is. It is still quite like there's still quite a few people playing. Let's see. It's not like it used to be in the heyday of Wurm, like where this number. When I first started playing, this number would be about 1,000. That was back in 2012, and then that number's just kept going up for a while before it started coming back down. And it started coming down probably in the 2016 or 17, and then it just kept going down and down and down. So prior to them announcing they were launching on Steam, I would say that Who number was probably hovering in the 400 to 300, 400 range on a regular basis. Sometimes it would be less. And then Steam happened. And right after Steam, that number jumped right back up to 2000s. There was a lot of people who got into Steam right after the launch who got into Wurm right after the Steam launch. It was quite amazing to see that. And it was awesome to be a part of that. And then, as we all knew would happen, that number would slowly start going down again because we all know how it goes, right? Like, you come into this game, you fall in love, you start making your place, you build up the buildings, you skill up some skills, and then that's around the time when most people stop playing. Like, it's just a common thing. And then of the people who stop playing, there's a certain percentage of those who come back after stopping from playing. And the people who end up coming back are the type of people who will continue to come back because this is just like this game just scratches that itch for that person. And it's usually it's a couple things that keep people around. Like one could be like the community, like meeting people and just falling in love with hanging out with people and struggling with the game and learning the game together and like that whole bit. And then there's the other type of player who likes to stick around because they like watching numbers go up. And then there's the other type of player who likes to stick in the game because of the freedom to do the projects. There's so many different projects to do that are quite in depth. You will stop when you have 100 in all skills and a minimum of 1 M of every single item. You mean 1 million? I have never played and know nothing about Wurm, but find it interesting to watch your stream. Haha. Hey, Frank Hats. You know nothing of Wurm. Okay, so what I'm showing here is actually just such a small slice of this game. Like it must to you, this must look like ridiculous what I'm doing. Like I'm looking at these windows with like tons of numbers and it almost looks like a spreadsheet gone haywire or something. But believe me when I say, the way I look at what I'm doing right now is probably completely different than that. And Yarpy, you're still playing nonstop. You're silly. Yet 1 million rare pickaxes, etc. Drogos, what you're saying is you're never going to stop playing this game. When you entered Wurm December 17th, numbers were 450 plus and staying similar to 18. And stayed similar. Yeah, it's possible that's around when things were like that. I might be remembering somewhat wrong, but I kind of remember numbers starting to go down around the 2015-16 era. And then, yeah, 450 might have been in 2017. It was a hard time. Like right like a year before the Steam launch, the 250 numbers, that I don't quite remember that, but it is kind of bad. RMT ended and the Steam launch was announced. Both of those things happened at the same time. Numbers started going up around that time. Should check my mail before making more rope. Okay. Let's turn off sleep bonus. Okay, I can walk. I should check my mail before making more rope. What? Gecko. That is like super, super generous. Gecko. I almost should say that that's like too generous. This blood is worth a lot. And it's not even my birthday. Oh, Gecko, I almost like. Are you sure? This blood is worth a lot. You just remember Funk was the only one so far to make a red dragon public. Yeah. Just remember Funk. Okay. Wait, Funk. Who's. Is that. Wait, just remember Funk was the only one so far to make a red dragon public. But is Funk. What is Funk? Is that a person or is that a group? And you played Eve for 10 years, so I'm used to spreadsheets. Okay. Okay, Frank Hatz. Actually, a lot of people who play Eve kind of fall right into Wurm really nicely. There's a lot of similarities between the two. I know there's a lot of differences, of course, but in terms of like numbers and spreadsheets and like optimizing everything, like and progression, it's in the similar has similar things. Gecko, what is Funk? And honestly, are you sure? Because like this is like extremely generous. I was looking to buy more, but it seems like the price of these things are not budging. Freedom unique kills. All right, well, you are very generous, Gecko. Thank you so much. Um, let's see what happens. As I was saying before, I was very unlucky with my first. I had 4 in views. I was very unlucky with them. The price won't go down until there's another one made public. I know. It's like. Oh yeah, it's in here. It is in here. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? It's in one of these. There it is. I actually don't think it matters which one I use. All of these will turn 99 quality when I use a hammer on it. Right? 99 quality. And my natural substance is a 70, so I feel like this should be decent, right? And otherwise I would have sent it to Borska score, but he's just logged off to go to bed. I'll get to 99. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, all of them turn to 99. Doesn't matter what the quality is of them. Back here. That's kind of weird that that happens, but... Cross his fingers, cross his fingers. Come on, big up. 50. All right. It's like the way it goes with Wurm. Let's just drop this. Better than 30. That is true. Okay, so it's going to go from 36, and we'll see where we end up. My hope is we get 10 out of this. 46. Let's get it to 46. Well, 45. Okay, so I got 9 on that one. Although the tooltip didn't update. That's kind of funny. Strangely, you get more out of 50s sometimes than 80s. I know, it's like such a weird system that they have going on in this game. Very random for a lot of things. And then a lot of other things aren't so random. Like forestry, for example, is not very random, or beverage making is not very random. But then there's other things that are just like supremely random. All right, so let's see. But the rope making imbue is actually quite powerful in that it does increase average quality by a lot. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much, Jingeko, for that. I do hope for more public slangs. I do understand the reason why there's incentive to not make them public. Are there any PvP elements to Wurm? Yes. Yes. However, you can completely avoid them if you don't want. So it is somewhat of an opt-in PvP system where you have to be on a particular server in order to engage in PvP. But you can change servers quite easily. Like, I can take my characters over to another server on which there's PvP and engage in PvP and live the PvP life, and then come back to this server where everything is nice and peaceful and I don't have to worry about PvP at all. So there's quite a ability to do that. And humanoid uniques, you can see no reason not to make public. 100%. All of the humanoid uniques should be public 100% of the time, I would say. There's no reason not to have them public. But particularly the dragon ones, the dragons and drakes. I do see why people keep them not public. There is a lot of value to be had by keeping them private. What just happened? What? Did I not put any in? That might be because I was too far away. Okay, let's try that again. Same with Eve, you suppose. Some people only do industry, exploration, manufacturing, marketing, trading, etc. See, I've never played Eve, but is it that at any time somebody could come and destroy your ship or take your stuff? Or are there regions where you could do all of those things without risk of losing your stuff? Right? Because in this game, it's like there's regions that you can play the game fully to its highest level without risk of losing anything. And then there's other regions in which you can play also to the highest level, but there is the risk. And you can decide where you want to go at any moment. I could move over to the PvP servers. However, there's no advantage to do so aside from the fact that I can go kill somebody and take their stuff. That's the only advantage. So it's not like there's better resources there, or I mean, that's not 100% true. I guess there are some things like Hota and that sort of stuff. There are some incentives to play PvP, but it's not in the regular gameplay stuff. So Eve has practically compulsory PvP. There is high security space where you're relatively safe, but there is ganking that occurs. Okay. And there's good resources in PvP, right? So this game, it doesn't quite have that element. It's not like if I stay in the PvE zones that I'm like going to be limited in what I'm able to do or get. For the most part, most of the game is available. All the resources are available for the most part. There are some things, but it's not like I'm missing out on a lot if I don't go to the PvP place. If you choose to PvP in Wurm, you can still move stuff from PvP server to PvE server to keep those items safe. So that is true on the SFI servers, on the old servers. But that is not true on the new servers. Okay, so on the new servers, let's see, where am I in terms of this rope? Okay, so maybe I'll just take Xander over. Okay, you know what? He has some favor that I need to bleed, and Griffith has some ropes I need to sort. But in a second, I'll show you. There's portals in this game where I can walk through the portal and I end up on a PvP server. And I guess over there, let me think. The only advantage to going over there, aside from the fact I can kill people and take their stuff, might be that there's like a particular kind of game that's played every so often that has rewards called Hunt of the Ancients, or HOTA for short. Aside from that small bit, and there might also be something else where there's artifacts and what else? Moon metals are easier to get over there a little bit. But for the most part, you can just stay on PvE and just play the game without any PvP and get all the stuff that you might want. What's really nice about this game in comparison to Eve is that everything you see in the world is player created. So the game kind of starts off as like forests and deserts and just like the naturey biomes, and then you can terraform the ground, like the land, to be however you want it to look in terms of height, and then build buildings wall by wall in a very free form kind of way. And then you build all these things like forges and storage units and different tools to do it. Like all this stuff is built by the players, and you can decorate the place how you like. So I don't think there's any of that kind of play style in Eve. I could be wrong, but it's not like in Eve how you couldn't like build your own space station and design it floor by floor, room by room, let's say. Put a bed here and put like a nightstand over there or whatever. I almost feel like in Eve there's not even like an avatar, like there's not a character that you get to walk around in the world. You wish you could place walls 45 degrees. That is something that is limiting in this game. Everything's based off of these tiles, and you can only put walls on the edges of the tiles. That's true. I almost wish for like a Valheim style building system in this game. But of course, that would take a whole overhaul of the system for sure. So in case you're interested, it's like of the 77 ropes, 15 of them ended up at the high quality. So we're talking like a fifth. A fifth of them end up at high. Another 16 at 70 quality. So that's like 30 of them are above 70 quality, which isn't terrible. It's like almost half of them. Not quite half. Wait, I got 60s and 50s. Yeah, but if you're used to number games, this game is like one of the most extreme number games there are. Such an extreme like just numbers are such a big thing in this game. So many numbers. So what I wanted to do was check on my beverages. I do realize I haven't been thinking about them all day. And so of course they went out. I kind of want to relight them. Okay, let's see where I'm at here. Yeah, it's very sandboxy, as Drogos is saying. Totally. So many different ways to play the game. I would even say every single player chooses a unique way. It is so true. Everybody plays slightly differently than everybody else. So when you're seeing me play this game, and if you caught anybody else doing a stream of Wurm, like what they would be doing would be something wholly different than what I'm doing here. Currently, what I'm doing is playing the priest game, which is something that some people do, but I would say majority don't. Some people play priests, and majority probably don't. And for priests, you're like looking at trying to enchant gear to make the gear better. So I'm using my faith. And in order to get favor, which is basically like mana, you need to sacrifice things. So what I'm doing is I'm taking these cordage ropes that I just finished making, putting them into the altar, which is over here, and then I'm sacrificing those, and then you'll see my favor bar go all the way up, and then I'm going to get a little buff over here that has my oversacked favor. So my bar can only hold as much faith as I have, which is 93. So now my favor is at 93. And then up here, I have pending favor 428. Okay, so when I cast my spell on this horseshoe to make the horse go faster, my favor is going to be spent, but then some of this favor that's in my pending favor pool will transfer back over to my main favor pool so I can cast again. So that's what I'm doing over here on this guy. So you see, he used up favor, and then in the next tick, it's going to fill up again. Wind of Age is 18, what I got on that one, which is very low cast. So I'm going to cast over it again, and the same thing's going to happen. So that's how this whole thing works. Now, a new player isn't going to be doing this. Like this is something for like much later down the line. I would say that to get myself to the point where I was doing this, it probably took about 3 or 4 months of solid playing before I could actually get to the point where I'm casting on horseshoes, you know? So the minimum WOA I'm keeping is 70, which is quite high, I would say, but I can consistently get enough 70s that I can warrant that. So if it's in the 60s, I'll just dispel. Anything lower than the 60s, I'll just cast over. There's a 60, so I'll dispel that. And then I'll cast, and I gotta go back here because this guy is making beverages. So what I'm doing on this guy right now, these are stills. What they do is they distill fermented alcohol into regular alcohol. Okay, so this is the alcohol making process. Why dispel? Good question. Okay, soon, yeah, I'm getting the signal that it from my kids that it's time to end the stream. Okay, but I'll answer this question and we'll end soon. So why dispel? So let me see how I'd explain this. when there is a low cast on the item. So here, perfect example. So I got a WA9, okay? Having a low cast on the item gives you a bonus to your next cast on that item. So if I cast again here, I'm going to literally get like a +4 to whatever cast would have landed. But the higher the cast is, the less of a bonus you're going to get. So I think you still get a single, like if it's a 40, you might get a +1 or something. Like a 20, it might be a +3. I'm making up numbers here. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like this, right? But once the cast is like in the 50s or 60s, I don't think you're really getting any bonuses anymore. So it pays off to dispel in order to cast again in hopes that you get a low cast so that the next cast gives you the bonus. And this is the way that you can increase the number of 100+ casts that you get, right? Because if let's say it had that 9 casts and I was really lucky, I very well could have ended with 107 or 108 cast if I was lucky. But if I'm casting over a 60, there's no possible way I can ever get 105, let's say, or 106. Now, these kind of casts are so rare that it almost makes you feel like it doesn't pay off, but it's kind of like one of these things where it's over the long term. If you're gonna cast on hundreds of horseshoes, then like maybe 1 or 2 of them might end up giving you that luck. But if you never dispel, let's say, then you're kind of almost never going to get that option. Okay. So I think this is the last little bit here. I'm gonna pray. Let's finish lighting up these stills. 13, 14, 15, 16 of them. Let's see what we got here. We probably only got like 1 kilogram in each still of alcohol. That's my guess. Not even 1 kilogram. I only let them go for 1 full burn. And that's about what I get for 1 full burn, is like 0.75. See, this is at 45. Okay, so it's still going to take a little bit to get to 50. Yeah, no problem. And the reason why I keep 70 is just because I feel like people look at a 70 cast and are willing to pay money for a 70, but for some odd reason aren't willing to pay for a 68 or 67. Even though a 68 is about the same as a 70, like they do about the same thing. It's not really much difference between them. But for some reason, just it looking like a 70 makes a big difference in whether or not it will get sold. Okay, and let's heat up all the forges or all the stills. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of 13. Why are some of these not going? 14, 15. I must have not lit one of these forges. Which one? How did I end with 1 peat? That doesn't make sense. Okay. Well, one of the stills isn't going to get the full burn time on it, I guess. I'll have to check in like 5 minutes to see which one didn't get the peat. Let's close all those windows. Old thoughts with people thinking speed increases happened at 50, 70, 90 instead of linearly. Yeah, it's possible. But even like, I don't know, there's something like nice looking about a 70 that isn't quite as nice looking for like at a 60 something. But yeah, that is old thinking because as we know now, it doesn't quite work that way. It's like almost every quality has a chance of increasing the speed, and it depends on the threshold. One of those stills is not going to light for some reason. But yeah, 70 is so much better because it equals win. I mean, there are things that work like this, like tool belts is an example. Tool belts, if it's exactly 70, it's better than 69. But horseshoe WOA doesn't work like this. In fact, having a 68 WOA and then increasing that to a 70 very likely will do nothing in terms of increasing the speed of the horse. It's like there's thresholds. You have to, the combination of all the WA and all the horseshoe qualities have to add up to be a certain value. And then there's certain values at which the threshold pushes it over to the next speed boost. I did have a spreadsheet that had all of those speed boost thresholds at one point. I just don't have access to it now because I forgot to save it. It's not that I forgot to save it, it's just I didn't really. Once I understood how the system works, it doesn't really matter too much. Because the end advice is just imp everything as high as you possibly can. And that's the best it can possibly be. Which I like that. Like, honestly, if everything worked that way, if all of Wurm worked that way, where it was just get the biggest number possible and that will be the best it possibly can be. Like that simple rule would make it so that everything would be just keep going, just keep working, just keep working at it and it will be better. You don't have to think about, well, like if it's above 70, there's no point in imping it any higher because that's the best it's going to be is at 70. If things worked like that, then you kind of have to know all the details about each individual thing, and it's a little bit frustrating when you're trying to figure it out. I like the bigger number is equal to better, period, sort of thing. Anyway, let's see. Did I get to 50 here? Yeah. Let's just throw a cast onto a saddle. Let's see what happens. I always feel like casting is like playing slot machines. Put the money in to the machine and I pull the lever and I'm crossing my fingers for the number to come out big. And that's the addictive bit about casting. People would fight for 100 skiller tool. People already fight for 100 skiller tool. I mean, in the case of skiller tools, 100 COC, that is. Yeah, exactly. Big bucks, no whammy. Yeah, 100 quality. Yeah, yeah. So maybe I should go back on that. Is that I do like some nuance in some areas. It is nice to have like some nuance, some areas where bigger numbers don't necessarily mean better. Yeah. Maybe I should go back on that. I don't know. That's a whole discussion for another day, I think. As for now, I think that's it for me. I have to head off. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and it's getting late. Let me just move this over here and check to see. Wonder if Katz is still streaming. She is still streaming. Yeah, you guys are welcome. I'm going to pass this over to Katz, who is playing Valheim at the moment. So stick with me. Yeah, you have a good one as well. You are very welcome. I'm very happy that you all were able to come hang out with me. And it has been a good discussion, I think, on all accounts. We are going to go give Catsper some love. So let's see here. Okay. So until next time, I'm hoping to do like at the minimum, it'll probably be like an every other weekend sort of stream. I'm hoping, think for like Sundays. We'll see about next week. Like it might be every week, but we'll see. It depends on schedules and everything like that. But I do kind of want to come up with some kind of thing that works for my schedule and being able to keep up with streaming every week. Maybe we'll even convince Fairan over here to join in the next time. But until next time, you guys have a great rest of your day. If you want to know when I'm going to be streaming next, just join our Discord channel, which is just found below, and I'll be posting there when I'm going to be streaming next. So until next time, you guys keep on worming. Hey, Limewood, you're very welcome. See you. And Aelorn, Drogos, Reganation, Frank Hatz, welcome to Wurm, Garaz, Jing Gecko. Thank you so much for the potion. That was just beyond. And to everybody who subbed, that thank you very much for the subs. And you are very welcome, Fairhead. All right, so we're gonna be turning it over to Catsper. You guys have a good one.